Aloha, lovelies. Welcome to the Joy Convergence. So we are here in beautiful Luxor. We've had some lovely guests here for the last week or so. We've had Catherine and Jesse and little Prana from Circle Phenomenal. And we've been hanging out, making costumes, rehearsing, gathering for some beautiful events. We had a gorgeous evening at Shwaya down in Joff, just on the Nile there, and we had some fire performance, and I broke out my DJ hat. I am now officially DJ Alkhemi. I haven't learned how to master the tech yet, but we're working on it. So anyway, we thought today, while we're all here in the same space, we might have a little gathering. So we've got a few workshops coming up. So we're going to be having some true yoga and Shigul with Jesse, and he's going to pop up and talk about that shortly. We will have Catherine offering her holistic belly dance, and we will also Jesse will be talking about manifestation, and then I will be chatting about the Alchemy of Joy. And I've been reading this gorgeous book that's somewhere called Sacred Commerce. Actually, I think the Sacred Commerce book might be in there. Could I ask you to grab it, please? Thank you. We're all professional around here. We're just hanging out in our lounge room. So we're doing what we can with the tech that we've got and the people, the resources that we've got. So thank you so much. So this is all a little bit raw, but this is Sacred Commerce, and this book has just been so inspiring for me and soul confirming. And this is by the beautiful late Ayman Sawaf, I think that's how you say his name, and his wife, Rowan Gabriel. She'll actually be doing an event here later in the year, I believe. So that's very exciting. But in this, they talk about emotional alchemy and about using, we talk a lot about releasing all of the old stuff that's not serving us anymore, And I've been feeling more and more that just like releasing and letting go, I feel like it's more useful energetically to actually transmute it. And so what they speak about in here really resonates. So later on, I'm going to be talking about the Alchemy of Joy. We actually did a podcast on this last week with Colin Walker from the Menorca Consciousness Group, and that was really sweet. So we're going to do a little meditation and some sharing space that is inspired by this. So perhaps, Catherine, do you feel like dropping in and saying a quick hello? So this is Catherine Hart. Hello. We're all professionals around here. So Catherine's going to be offering her holistic belly dance practice very shortly at 10:30. So Catherine, would you like to share what does joy mean to you?
Thank you.
I'm going to let you jump in.
Okay, sure. I'll pop a seat. Okay, joy to me brings me into like a childlike, playful feeling where time does not exist and responsibility kind of goes out the window in a way. It's all like a feeling of play and feeling great.
And why is it important for you?
Well, it's important for me. Let me think on this.
How does joy benefit you in your life, in your wellness, on all levels?
Joy relates to me to feminine energy, and I feel like having both feminine and masculine structure, like the feminine flow and the masculine structure, they go hand in hand so perfectly. It's a necessary thing. And when you create from a sense of joy, you're creating from like this inner essence of spirit and love. And that's not to say that that isn't also from creating from a sense of like structure and more mental energy. both of them are important, but creating from a sense of pleasure and love brings about more feelings of freedom and spiritedness and harmony.
Beautiful. Amazing.
Thank you.
So we're looking forward to your holistic belly dance, and it's coming up in about 20 minutes. So stick around. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
So very good. And then what have we got at 11:45? So we're going to have a 15-minute break in between our sessions. So during that time, you're welcome to hang out, go and get yourselves a cup of tea, coffee, juice, your favorite joyful thing. So then at 11:45 till 12:45, we will have True Yoga and Qigong with Jesse Hart. And then from 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock, he will be talking about manifestation. So Jesse, do you feel like popping and then saying hello?
Greetings, everyone. I'm Jesse Hart of Circle Phenomenal. My wife and I, Catherine, here in Luxor, halfway around our Drive Around the Whole World tour, where we're sharing all of these practices. And true yoga and manifestation are something that I've been focusing on majorly since my big awakening in 2012. So what joy means to me is two things, two primary things. They're pretty profound. One, joy is simply being in comparison to non-being, like the whole of our existence and everyone's existence and existence itself. The ability to exist at all in comparison to non-existence is joyous, is a blessing. Now, that might not be our traditional, but that's what we focus on in true yoga, being able to compare and contrast and always recognize this is benefiting me in some way because I'm alive. And therefore, everything must be in alignment in one way or another because I'm not dead. The other side of things is actually what we might associate joy to more wholesomely or more obviously, which is when you're able to, one way or another, be affirmed, confirmed even, that you're in the perfect place at perfect time and everything is rearing for you. The whole universe, everybody around, your creator, whatever you define it as, is working with you. And one way or another, you get that confirmation, that you get that spark and awareness all of a sudden, that enlightening moment where you realize, oh my God, everything here is just for me. Everything is serving me towards whatever my end results are going to be. And I've experienced both of these sides of things, and I look to assist you in getting to those places as well today.
Beautiful. And what is it that actually brings the most joy for you?
Freedom, the ability to do as I desire to do, wherever in the world I desire to do it.
Amazing, beautiful. So we look forward to your workshop at 11:45.
Cool.
Awesome, thanks, Jesse. So I'm going to share a little bit about our space actually. So this gorgeous space is we've called it Malkata Arts Retreat, and it actually started out as our family home. We've been in Luxor for about 3.5 years. And so we've got 2 bedrooms downstairs and 2 bedrooms upstairs. But you'll see we've got these gorgeous like Nubian style like ceilings and archways, and it's actually quite a massive space. And it feels actually less like a house and more like a kind of temple space or a community space. So bit by bit, we've just started having more and more events here. So we've had yoga and elemental flow, like ecstatic dance and meditations and art workshops, both down here and upstairs. I've got my sewing studio and a creative space, and we've got a gorgeous area on the rooftop looking right out over the desert, which is beautiful. And so, yeah, bit by bit, we're turning this into more of a community hub. And so Jesse and Catherine have been here as part of an arts residency. So we've been putting together some costumes for them for their fire performance, and also creating another performance piece that will be happening in Cairo. I've been busy planning out a flow arts festival in Cairo later this month, so we'll bring up the details for that also a little bit later. And yeah, so that's been really fabulous, and making lots of content creation. And that follows on from another arts residency we did about 6 or 8 weeks ago with Mahara, who is a beautiful photographer and videographer as well. And so following on from both of those, we've got plans for more arts residencies, volunteer residencies with some of the beautiful community projects happening here, creative wellness arts retreats. So we've got quite a lot in the planning. And amongst all of this, we have a growing community of foreign, mainly women, and a few guys as well. But it seems that a lot of the foreign women are really drawn here, especially those that are seeking a deep connection with the culture here, that are wanting to get creative, tuning into the temples, getting into that healing spiritual kind of space, but in a more authentic way. There can be a lot of tourism here that is a little bit perhaps superficial or disconnected, and very Instagram heavy, if you know what I mean, which kind of detracts from the deep energy and the deep soul and the deep connection that happens here. So there's a growing community of women here now, which is really beautiful. Between us, we're collaborating on generating a whole lot more really deeply connected, authentic experiences that are benefiting both the foreign locals, but definitely the Egyptian locals here, and making sure that they have experiences and interactions with international travelers and residents that are more heart-centered, more connected. So that's all evolving really beautifully. And how are we going here for time? If anybody has any comments, if you'd like to say hi, I see we've got a couple of people in the room. I see a little heart and I see a little thumbs up. Thank you so much. Welcome. I'd love to know from whoever is watching and listening, who are you, where are you from, and what brings you joy? What brings you joy? I'd love to know. We'd love to know. So what else have we got? We've got about 15 minutes. So I'm going to blab for about 15 minutes. So if you like blab, you've come to the right place. I'd like to talk a little bit more about joy and why I feel that it's so important. So on a personal level, I've spoken a lot about this in the past, but I feel like it's really important to reiterate. Joy to me does not mean putting your head in the sand. I've been down a lot of red pill rabbit holes in the last 5 to 10 years, and I know full well what's going on in the world as far as the information is available to me. So I definitely don't see this realm with rose-colored glasses. But what I do see is what our role is here. And our role here, for those of us that have the luxury of not having to struggle to survive, I feel the role for us is to maintain a level of energy, of vibration, of intent, of love that can help to alchemize basically the energy of the whole world. And the more of us that can do that, it's like one drop in the ocean might not be so effective, but 10 or 100 or 1,000,000 drops in the ocean can start to actually affect the essence of it. So this is why I'm now bringing so much more attention into the importance of joy. I basically hit a point in my deep dives into the deep dark world of the underground about 4 or 5 years ago, before we left Australia, and I started finding out some of the things that I wouldn't want to repeat to anybody. It's that kind of information that you can't unsee it and you can't unknow it, and it's incredibly traumatic just to know about it without even experiencing it. And so I had to make a decision at that time of what I was going to do with that. And I'm going to ask Catherine to jump in and just talk about her program a little bit more, because we've got concreters at the front door.
I think the gate is open though.
Yeah, they are. Hello.
Hello, everyone. So I'm popping in again. My name is Catherine Hart. I've been traveling the world with my husband, Jesse, who popped in recently too. And we have been on this journey driving from the United States since January of 2020. And along the way, we've been growing our own awareness of health practices while sharing the health practices that we already do. So our business, Full Circle Phenomenal, is about sharing yoga practices, qigong, meditation, things to help open your awareness, as well as performing arts, which is something that also we connect with Tjoni about. Really cool, because she is a fire performer many, many years. And Jesse and I have been touring the world sharing this as well, with this like integration of the health. Now, a few years ago, right around the time that our daughter Prana was born, so maybe a little more than 3 years ago, I started getting into belly dancing. As I've always had an interest in it. And when it all began, it started off as kind of like a superficial interest, and I wasn't self-conscious about that in any way. I just had an interest in it and wanted to learn it because it looks cool. And honestly, that's how it started off with me for yoga. My personal yoga journey began when I was a teenager, and I wanted to do like a dancer pose and look beautiful, like make all of these pretty pictures and pretty content. And same thing with the belly dancing in the beginning. But little did I know, there is so much more depth, and it's a journey, hey, and awareness that when you get into the practice, you're basically opening a new chapter for yourself of self-awareness and discovery and health and transformation. So this is how it worked for me when I delved into a yoga practice, and same thing when I delved into the belly dancing. So yeah, it began as I want to learn the dance and I want to add this to our repertoire with fire dancing. But little did I know there was so much underneath the layers that it opened me into more of an understanding of like the connection with my spinal cord and the rest of my body and the emotions that are stored in the body and how we can help to shake things loose and make ourselves feel not just better, but empowered. Beautiful, thank you.
Thank you. Can I give you my phone in case anybody else calls? Please.
Yeah.
We're all multitasking here. So, and we have guests. We have guests coming. So I'll just ask you to be quiet, please, because thank you. So, yeah, where were we? So I was just talking about the journey of finding the joy and needing to tend to that. So just coming back to that red pill moment that I mentioned before. I basically hit a point where I could have either allowed my spirit to crumble out of what I was finding out about the foundations of our reality, or I could become, as far as I can, a medicine to try and circumvent that and to mediate that. And I chose the latter. And so from there, I find, the biggest challenge I find for a lot of people as the truth of the nature of our realm unfolds is learning what to do with that, how to reconcile our lives when we're kind of doing okay, when we're surviving, when we're healthy, when we're happy, where we've got a roof over our heads, where we're in a peaceful environment, we have our beloveds, we're doing well. How can we reconcile that when there's still so much suffering in the world? And for me, I take the suffering in the world and I basically use that as fuel to push myself even more, to keep bringing joy, to keep bringing people together, to keep finding and generating and exploring ways that we can heal ourselves from the inside out, that we can alchemize all the toxicity on all levels, emotional, mental, spiritual, physical, in our bodies, and to make us ourselves holistically stronger. Because on the other side of all of this, when we ultimately do have peace, and I believe that we will, collectively we're going to have so much trauma that we still need to heal. And so those of us that right now have the luxury of peace and wellness, we're going to need to be the ones that are staying strong, helping to generate something on the other side that is in service to the many rather than the few. We're going to need to be those beacons of light, of strength, of resilience, of support for all of the other souls that are needing to heal. So that's why, to me, it's basically our duty and our privilege to be able to work in this way, and to keep bringing joy and wellness out into the world. And so on a community level, that's important to me, because this is how we assist our neighbours and our brothers and our sisters. If we're falling apart, we're no use to anybody. So I don't want to martyr myself emotionally, and just allow myself to fall down, because then what use am I? And collectively, yeah, I just feel like the more that we can bring that light into both the physical sphere and the online sphere. There's so much darkness on the web now, and especially as we're moving more into the realms of AI, that can be used or weaponized just like anything else, right? So I feel like it's kind of our duty to be able to bring all the wellness into that. So in 5 minutes, we've got our holistic belly dance. We're just waiting for a couple more people as well to come into our space. And so I'm going to bring up a little banner for our beautiful belly dance teacher, Catherine. So that will be coming up very, very soon. So who have we got here? If you've got any comments, please feel free to leave those comments. What brings you joy? I'd love to know what brings you joy. And so how do I bring joy into my world? To me, it's quite easy. It's about simply being in gratitude for all that we have. And so even when I'm witnessing something that is definitely not joyful, by being in pure gratitude of just what I do have, and witnessing that in myself, and then offering that energetically to the collective that's suffering, I guess that's what I do to maintain the flow of that energy. Otherwise, it just gets stuck, and it doesn't help anybody, right? So yeah, I find just being in gratitude, and also just creating spaces like this where we can come together, share space together, share our inspiration and our resources and our collective joy. That's how we do the thing. And we've got a little bit of action going on here.
She's hungry.
She's hungry.
She's hungry.
Speaking of joy, some people just need a banana and a bit of beautiful turkey, beautiful Egyptian bread, and that brings them some joy. So we've got Catherine and Jesse's daughter Prana with us today as well. So yeah, we're about 2 minutes away from action time, I believe. So what are some of the things that we can do to bring more joy into our world?
Dance.
We can dance. Catherine just said dance, of course.
Yeah. Or start with some music.
Start with some music. Yeah, that's it. Just dance. Anything to break up the energy a little bit. So what I find is helping other people. It actually just says straight out to the universe, I've got something to offer, and it just immediately elevates us, So that's one of the easiest ways I find, and gratitude, as I mentioned, and being creative. To me, creativity, that's the way that the Spirit speaks through us. And joy is the way that the Spirit speaks through us. And so when we can tune into those, then I feel like we can bring ourselves definitely back on track. Miss Catherine, are you ready to come and teach us some beautiful belly dancing?
I am going to begin recording over here though.
Okay, fantastic. So Catherine's just setting up the camera so that she can do some recording.
We have a few guests coming right now.
Okay, beautiful.
Do we want to begin before they come?
Maybe is
Her friend is like right here. She just went out to go meet her.
okay. So we've just got a couple of people coming. Maybe would you like to jump in for a sec, and I'll go and just make
I can kind of come back in on the note, if you were here before, on where the belly dancing and inner focus fusion meet.
Sure. And I'm just thinking, should I turn the camera around so you can be where it's going to be?
Let's do it.
And
I'll speak on belly dancing a little bit.
Yeah.
I'd love for our other guests to hear too, but maybe
Okay.
they're going to have to tune into the live stream afterwards if they want to get all of it.
yeah, so maybe you'd like to come in a little bit closer for the live stream and just have a quick little chat to people.
Of course, and also I will plug this one in.
All right.
Just setting up a secondary and thirdary camera.
Yeah, so we're doing another recording as well, so that if you'd like to watch this later, we're going to have a really nice quality recording of it. Okay.
Okay, well, we're here. Welcome to our classroom. This is a very beautiful space at the Malkata Arts Retreat, and we have some other guests coming to learn live with you guys live, and I'm really honored to be here as well. We are in Luxor, Egypt. Egypt in general being the heart of belly dance, though belly dancing is something that you can see all over the world. And as my husband Jesse and I have been traveling the world, I've actually had the opportunity to see into different cultures throughout Latin America and Africa and into the Middle East, how different cultures will integrate the belly dancing in their own kind of way. And if you guys want, we have some scarves here for tying around the hips. I don't have the coin ones because I find that they're a little bit loud and distracting, but they can be fun too because they're jingly. But yeah, feel free to grab a hip scarf. Okay. And what's your name? Bubusha. Bubusha? Bubusha. Bubusha. So we are also live streaming this and recording this for later use. And if you guys want, you can stand either one person possibly right here and another person over here. And I like to tie these around the hips, particularly like on one side. I like to make the tie. And that kind of creates like a single side that you can work with. Yeah, emphasizes like that single hip. But you could also tie in the front, you can tie in the back. What? Do you want it?
Getting the hip scarves on.
Yes.
So if anybody's got a hip scarf at home, now's the time to wear it.
It doesn't even have to be a scarf that's meant for your hips. You can use a scarf that you can wear over your head or around your neck. Even sometimes if I have like a loose baggy shirt or a pair of pants, you can tie that around your hips. Because really what we're doing is we're looking to create this like emphasis on the belt line. Come, join. You don't have to get super close, but you can take up space. There's room. Yeah, and okay, so I'm just sharing a little bit about the practice of belly dancing before we dive in. We will do a warm-up because I lead with a holistic approach, and this particular class is more focused on the holistic aspect of belly dancing, or how it opens up the awareness and connection we have with our bodies, and how the belly dancing can just be like a catalyst for that. So I was sharing with this audience earlier that in the beginning of my belly dance journey, I really just wanted to add it to our fire dancing repertoire. We do fire shows. And so to have like an opening entrance be a belly dance, I thought would be really cool. But I didn't realize I was opening a new chapter to a holistic journey when I went into belly dancing. Because as I started learning the moves, I was like, oh my gosh, like I'm feeling so much energy right here. And then, later I realized I have so much dynamic movement within my like upper chest and back, and the whole spine. So belly dance really drops you into your spine. And I think that that is one of the fundamental benefits to belly dancing is it creates more awareness of your central channel. And then if you move from that point, it kind of connects everything together. Another key point as to what makes belly dance holistic or what can make it holistic is as you dive into it and you reach this flow state of understanding the moves and implementing them, you can kind of let go of your mind a little bit and let the music and the movement move you. And when you get into this flow state, it becomes very therapeutic. You can find it in belly dancing, but you can also find it in other things like jogging or running, probably in bicycling too. You should ride a bike here. And many things, even just driving a car, you kind of tune into, or you let go and the subconscious takes over. And that is called flow state. When you get into this and you reflect back onto it and you see, wow, I've come this far, or I can do it. A newfound confidence comes through the journey that you're opening with belly dance. And it's very feminine, it's very like empowering, especially as a woman. But because we all have the same skeletal structure, spine and ability to move, like our hips are right here, this practice is not just for women, it's powerful for women because we have the womb space and we're moving and tuning into this sacred area, but men have that too. They just don't have the womb. So actually, some of the most talented belly dancers are men. Egyptian men often too. It's really crazy. I can show you videos, but we'll leave that for another time. So before we get into the belly dance movements, which I'm going to share with you guys all of the different shapes that the body makes and how you can take that shape and make it with your hips, your chest, your head. We'll get into all those things. And even your hands sometimes. So before we get into this though, back on the note about how all of us have the same sort of skeletal structure, but we all have different and very unique bodies, and that's what makes us truly beautiful. And I find that a lot of times in classes, in group classes where it's like a group of women, at the end of it is where we feel this like sense of empowerment and ease and fluidity and fun and like a sisterhood bond. But in the beginning, we can come into it with maybe like a little bit of apprehensiveness on not knowing if I can do that, not knowing if I can. But I'm telling you right now, we all have our skeleton, we all have a nervous system, we all have the ability to move in similar ways. So whether you're a boy or a girl, or whether you're old or you're young, or no matter what kind of body type you have, even some of the largest people I've met can still move their body in waves like this. And it's beautiful to see people tune into that and understand that and then start to implement it and feel like, wow, I can do this too. So last but not least, it's a great workout. So if you're looking to get fit and have fun at the same time, belly dancing is such a good one. You can work up a sweat and not even realize that you're working out. And at the end of it, be like, that was a workout, that was good. But trust me, you will be feeling a little bit in your muscles today. You'll probably feel a little bit of it tomorrow. But if you take some of these moves that we go through today and you do them tomorrow morning, or just tomorrow sometime, and you look in front of a mirror and you try to do what I'm showing you, you'll find that after a good night's rest, things sink into your muscle memory, into your deeper conscious self, and you'll surprise yourself. Practice makes perfect. Every time you practice something, you get a little bit better. So I just encourage you to look at it like, I'm trying something new, or maybe you've done a little bit of belly dancing already. Are you new to belly dancing? Yeah. I love working with new people. This is great for beginners. So before we dive into any of the belly dance moves, let's come to the foundation and do a little bit of a warm-up. So first, let's stand with an even amount of pressure between the feet. And you can find a hip and shoulder width distance. So you don't want to be too wide or too narrow. You know? So hip and shoulder width, you can find this by measuring out with your fists. Put your fists together like this and bend your knees and come down, and you can measure out the space in between the feet. Toes to heels, so the feet are nice and straight. And just tune into the connection. Feel the connection of your feet and the ground beneath you. We're gonna inhale, lift up all 10 toes, and spiral your weight into circles. Dropping your awareness down to the pressure and how it changes as you move around the circle. Keeping your toes lifted, and keep spiraling smaller and smaller until you find that perfect center where there's an even amount of pressure between both feet. And once you find that center, you inhale and really lift those toes up. And then exhale, drop the pinky to big toe, kind of gripping the ground. Feel that connection, that support. Then we'll move into the knees. We're kind of getting into a proper standing posture first. So slight bend at the knees. Tuck your pelvis under and forward. We're going to work on this a little more in the belly dance class. But to tuck, we often stand with our booties out a little bit like this. But over time, that compresses the low back. And over time, that would end up turning into having kind of a hunched over figure. So we don't actually want to stick our booties out like this. We want to tuck under. And think about it less like a flexing your glutes and more just like a rotation. So we're tucking under, compressing our hips and pelvis forwards. Inhale, lift the belly button in and up. And then exhale, relax your glutes, relax your legs and side body. Next, we'll inhale from the heart and lift up with the chest. Pull your shoulders back and down. And let's bring the hands forwards. Fingers are relaxed. Elbows are leaning forwards, kind of like we're holding onto a big beach ball. I'm showing you a little bit of qigong before we get into everything. Tongue touches the roof of the mouth behind the teeth, connecting a primary meridian line. And we inhale, lift up from the crown of the head. Exhale, head comes slightly back, chin tucks in. And we relax the shoulders, relax the side body, hips, glutes, legs, feet. Take a moment to just feel this lengthening of your spine upwards and rooting down through your tailbone. Heart open. Begin to deepen your breathing. On an inhale, we open the space between our hands and arms. You've done this before. Inhaling, opening, feeling into your hands, and exhale, compressing the space and the energy. Relax your shoulders. Keep your tongue touching up towards the roof of your mouth. We're working on stretching the lungs and taking in more life force energy through our breath. And on an exhale, pressing it all out. Breathing out the nose to generate more energy. Focusing on the energy in between your hands. You might feel some heat or tingles. Or you might feel nothing at all in the beginning. That's completely normal. It takes practice. Let's do one more full breath. Exhale and compress the energy in between your hands. And then on an inhale, Draw the energy in and up through your central channel. Keep breathing in. Reach your arms up overhead, lengthening the spine, and exhale. Relax your shoulders, palms out, and slowly exhale, lowering the hands. Inhale, draw the energy in and up through. This is the fire direction. Full breath in. And exhale, slowly breathing out and down. So in this fire direction, we can focus on things that we'd like to let go of. So we're burning through blockages with the fire. Burning through any energy you want to release, let go of. And Mother Earth and the universe recycles it without harm. So we can give it up to source. 2 more breaths. This is the surrender state, but also directing the energy. To reverse direction, we inhale up to the heart. And then exhale, press the energy down. Feel it move through your legs and feet into the ground. And then turn your palms facing out and inhale, float the arms up. Follow it with your gaze. Look up to your hands, to the space in between your hands. And exhale, pull the energy down, scanning the body from head, chest, stomach, hips, legs. Again, inhale, collecting energy with our hands. This is the water direction. So you can think of clouds up overhead and exhaling, clear water washing over. Energy water, ether water. This is ether water. Cleaning inside and out. This water evaporates into teeny tiny molecules on your hands. Looking up into the space between your hands. And exhaling, integrating this clearness, this joy. So during the water direction, we think about what brings you joy. Think about what you want to integrate. And exhale, embody it. We're planting seeds. 2 more in this direction. Inhaling, exhaling. And last one. Full breath in, really stretch your lungs. Exhale slow. And let's micro bend at the elbows. Inhale up and bring your hands over your, in Qigong, we call it the lower dantian. In yoga, we might call it the sacral chakra or sacral root chakra. A combination of those 2. Tune in, close your eyes. See yourself in a state of joy and bliss. Ease. And relax your hands. Walk in place, let the energy move from the feet. Sometimes the energy can well at the base of the feet. There's like energy centers down there. Okay, now let's shake it out. I'm going to start with a little shimmy here. So shimmy with the hands. So shake out the hands. Shake out the legs one at a time. Shaking is a wonderful way to loosen up the body and relieve yourself of any stress, physical tension, emotional tension, mental tension. Just let it out. Drop down and shake your head gently. No whipping your head. But shake your head out, bob your head up and down. Let all of that mental energy just come out through the little tendrils of your hair. And surrender your head to your heart. Feel the rush of blood flow from
your center, into your head, all of that fresh, oxygenated blood, that life force glowing and moving into the top. Nice and slow, take 3 slow breaths to peel your body up, stacking one vertebrae at a time. Head and neck being last. Okay. How are you feeling? Good. Joyful. Yeah, joyful. I found a way to like pull in the joy bit into the warm-up. Thank you. Yeah.
Speaking of joy, I love that you're all beautifully colorful.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, yes we are. It's so perfect. I would double knot it so it doesn't loosen up because we're gonna do more shaking and movement now. Okay. So I do just on the belt note. I like to keep it down. Like my leggings underneath come up high, so I actually drop my belt down to where like the belt line would be, down a little bit lower, kind of like right at or beneath your hip bone. If you feel your hip bone right there, you want that to touch your hip bone. Okay, so let's begin with the super basic moves of belly dancing and the fundamental shapes that the body makes. So let's start with the slides. We're going to start with the easy ones and kind of work our way into more challenging bits that kind of pull together the ones that we begin with. So slides. Slides are horizontal moves side to side. We can do slides with our hips, we can do slides with our chest, and we can do slides with our head, which is a fun one. Always has reminded me of here in Egypt with the head slides. Okay. So let's begin with the hip slides. So with our feet, like kind of in the beginning, with the hip and shoulder width apart, feel the weight in your feet to begin. We will slide the hip to one side and you will feel your weight moving more into that foot, that same side foot. We want to keep our upper body though still stacked over our feet. So if you look down, you want your shoulders, like come back to center for a moment and look down at your feet and put your hands like where your hips are. So we have this hip and shoulder and feet line. When we do the hip slides, we will be keeping our shoulders in the same place, but scooting our hips over to one side. Yeah. And then back to center and to the other side. Keep your breath moving and flowing as we move our bodies. So as we get into this first bit, I want you to think about
Your phone.
my phone is recording right behind you.
Oh,
I'm using it. Thanks. So as we're moving side to side, we're thinking about, first notice the shift in weight as we come from the middle to the right, to the middle, to the left. So the shifting in weight, you can feel it in your feet. But I want you now to move your awareness up to your low back. So as you're doing this, you will feel on one side this connective muscle that runs through the lower back and into the glute. And what we're doing is we're stretching that and we're pressing to the side. It might feel subtle, you might not be aware of it in the beginning, but the more you get into belly dancing, if we were to do this all day, you would start to feel sore in these muscles. So this is actually really good for whenever, we hold energy in our hips. So this is something, whether you know it or not, all of our emotional energy, non-physical things that we're holding on to, they actually get stored in the body. So whenever we practice something like yoga or qigong or even meditation, you start to become aware of like where you're holding tension in the body. And very often we hold emotional energy in our hips. So that's why this belly dance can be like one of those things that in the beginning people really don't want to move their hips and you just don't know why. It's like, I don't feel it, I don't know how to do this, but really what it is you're opening up emotions.
You're opening up things that you've been holding on to, whether you're aware of it or not. And it can be a journey. It can get worse before it gets better. There's that phrase, it gets worse before it gets better. And that can be true. But as long as you're going into it with awareness and love and in and around people that are holding space, like this is a sacred space. You guys, if you have to do it, if you guys have to take care of something and flow out, or if you have to cough, or even if you have to throw up, go take care of it. You are in a safe and sacred space to be as you are. So at any moment, if you need to take a moment, do it. And if anything's feeling painful to you, don't do it. You can be present and just be a witness to what's happening in the space around you. I'm the guide, I'm the teacher, but ultimately your body is the guide, so you have to move with that. And with that being said, we're looking to evolve. We're looking to grow more awareness and create more depth within the body. So I encourage you to push yourself, even if you're feeling pressure, like this is uncomfortable, breathe. See if you can breathe. If you can breathe through the discomfort, I guarantee you can move through it. But if it's so painful that you can't even breathe, of course, like stop, take some breaths, do what you need to do to come back into harmony. That was a little side note. So let's keep on with the hip slides. We're going to smooth it out now. So instead of coming just like to side to center to side to back, I want you to really press to the side and then really press to the other side. And see if you can feel the stretch up through your oblique and side muscles in here. So now it's not only moving through the hips and the back, it's starting to creep up and into the side muscles in the abdomen. Okay. And now I'm going to have you put your hands on your shoulders to keep your shoulders still. So think about my shoulders are staying where my feet are. Don't hold your breath. Breathe in. Yeah. And this is a fun one to begin if you're going to practice with music. Not necessarily with the hands on the hips, but if you turn on some music and you're like, okay, I can feel the beat, just start with like emulating the beat in hips moving side to side. Let's move on and up. I'd like to get through all of the shapes. So this is still first shape. We're going to do it with the chest now. And this can be more challenging for you, or maybe it's more easy for you. Everybody has a different body. So whether you feel more comfortable doing the hip slides or the chest slides, that's just part of your journey. So honor it and celebrate it, and let's move forward. The chest slides are very similar. Now the hips stay still, but the chest is going to move. You're going to feel this one through your side, and more your middle and upper spine. I like to hold my hands out here, mainly because I've trained myself to, but you technically don't have to. If you want to relax your arms and just keep your arms at your sides, that's fine too. Whenever you feel a little pressure, use the exhale to release the energy. If you go when you're feeling something, it actually, look at what that does to my body. That it creates more tension. So if you feel a owie, then breathe it out. See if you can train yourself to and breathe through it. We never want to add more tension to something that already feels tense. And maybe Jesse will get into that during yoga. I'm finding that I'm putting a lot of yoga into this actually. It's nice. It is holistic belly dance. Okay, and relax your arms and move intuitively. Feel your spine slide side to side. Do a snaky thing, that's great. Yes. Okay, we always want to, when we're transitioning, let the energy flow through our spine and not just jump to the next move without kind of relieving ourselves of that. Okay, head slides are fun, but it's not necessary. You can feel the head slides. Head slides are interesting because it's like you're taking your head and keeping it straight up and down and moving it to the side. But be careful with this one because it really gets into the neck muscles. So just play with it a little bit, and I encourage you to play with this one in a mirror because we can often cause more stress and tension in the neck with this one. So just breathe and we'll move forward. The head slides are not particularly, I'm focusing on the chest and the hips, which are more connected to like the whole spine, but the head is a tricky one.
I'll give you a little hint with the head. You want to move the chin together, like you're sliding your chin side to side. I think about sliding the chin more than I think about sliding the top of my head. How does it look? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So maybe hold it onto your shoulders while you do it. Yeah, that's better. See if you can see. Oh, yes. Is it working? Yeah, it's working. You kind of try not to turn your head when you do it. So slide your head. Okay. And massage the neck and vertebrae back here. You have love and gratitude. Our spine supports us so much. Okay, so we have slides. Next, we'll get into lifts and drops. This is a fun one. We'll start with the chest, kind of work it back down. So with a neutral standing position, notice how we could slouch more, or we could come up more. And we want to work with these movements. I'm turning just so that the camera can see kind of my chest here, you guys too. So a chest lift is where you're thinking about like something pulling up at like a 45-degree angle from your heart center. So it's a lift up, pull your shoulders back to emphasize that lift, and a drop will be just bringing it back down. We don't want to slouch down. That's not what we're doing. But we are creating emphasis on the dropping back down. So with the lifts and drops, we can accent either the lift or we can accent the drop. And what I mean by an accent is like emphasis on that. So if we're doing chest lifts as an accent on the lift, I would go quick and sharp up and then slow down. And then quick and sharp up and slow down. Yeah. Up and down. Think about like your heart moving forward. Yes. And slow down. But notice how that feels in your spine too. So what I want to focus mostly on is the feeling in your upper back as you're really pressing forward, breathing, and then pulling it back in. Creating space in between the vertebrae. As you come back down, flex your core. And a shake out from the shoulders. It'd be nice to have like a whiteboard where I can draw shapes. I did this the other day. Okay, so I can go through it in my mind. So we did the slides, we did the lifts and drops with the chest. Now to do lifts and drops with the hips, I want to first start with the like lifts and drops of the pelvis. Though I don't think it's actually called this, it's really therapeutic to get into this. Like in the beginning when I had you guys tuck your pelvis, let's play with that a little bit. When we're talking about pelvis, we're kind of lifting up from our pubic bone. We're like lifting from the pelvis. And then we have a drop, which would actually be a lift on the other side. So everything is relative. But we're like, on the other side would be lifting. So here we're compressing the vertebrae in our low back. But we can work that in belly dance. If we're moving consciously and you don't feel any pain, it's just a little pressure, then breathe. We're going to rock forwards and back with the pelvis. Slight bend in the knees. When you stick your booty back, you can let your upper body and chest come forward. And the upper body and belly. Something I forgot to mention in the beginning. Belly dance is so crazy because every sport and like exercise and workout regimen that you get into, they always recommend don't eat before practice. But I find that I can belly dance better after I eat a meal. Because it's like you have more in your belly to like, if I'm hungry or if I'm fasting and I have nothing in my stomach, doing that would be really challenging. Doing like a simple belly roll, I struggle to do that because there's just less there. So it's really interesting. I always encourage people to eat a little bit, like feel good. Okay, so where are we at? We're with the pelvis tucks, which I'm looping into lifts and drops. So for lifts and drops, like the typical lifts and drops of the hips, though, we're going to come and stand at a 45-degree angle to whoever you're presenting your belly dance to. We're just lifting and dropping. We're presenting this to ourselves right now. So we're going to put most of our weight in the back foot and then pop the front foot up on the ball of your foot or even on your toe. I like to do the ball of the foot to begin so that I can use the ground to kind of push into for my lift. Yes. So when we do the lift, we're pressing into the ball of our foot and lifting that single hip up towards your rib cage. You'll feel a tightness, a flexing within the muscles in your abdomen here. And then on a drop, we just let our weight swing back to the back foot and our hips move back to the starting position. On a lift, we really press and flex and push that hip upwards. On a drop, we swing it back. And you can even bring more emphasis to swing it back and feel that stretch in that standing leg, like along the muscle that runs from like the sides of your glutes here. This is really a good workout. So emphasis on the lift would be like a sharp lift and then a slow down. Sharp lift, slow down. Up and down. Up and down. Up and down. You can feel the muscle in that standing leg and glute starting to get warmer. Yeah? And drop. Lift and drop. So to do emphasis on the drop, we will go slow to lift and faster, more like sharp and sassy to drop down. And when we drop it down like this, we can also create a little bit of a twisting motion as the weight shifts to the other side. Yeah, very good. You have a really nice drop. Keep your breath moving, don't hold your breath. Let's do 2 more. And shake out that standing leg. Yeah. Okay, other side. So bring your weight into the other leg, 45-degree angle. Most of our weight is in the back leg, pressing into the ball of the foot on the front leg. We lift and flex our obliques and core here to really pull that front hip up and then drop it back down, swinging our weight more to the other foot. Lift up and drop. Lift up and drop. Lift up and drop. Less twist, more lift and drop. Lift, yes. You can twist. Yes, you can. But let's just focus first on lifting up. It takes more muscle control to lift up than to twist. Not just different muscle groups. No. Lift up and drop. Lift up and drop. So we're pushing into that front leg to lift. Pushing into the front leg and flexing, because technically you could do this without even touching. Yeah, now we're really using 100% of our core to lift that hip and drop. But I do in a beginner's class like to use the floor more to show that you can use that. But either way, okay, so let's do emphasis on the lift. We go slow drop. Emphasis on the lift. Slow drop, fast lift, down, lift, down, lift, down, lift, down, lift. 2 more. And lift. Now let's go quick to drop. So boom, back. We're kicking our weight, sending it over to the other side. If you think about your hips as things that can point energy, when we're doing our lifts, we're kind of like I'm lifting towards you, Tony. I'm like lifting towards you. You hit me with it. And then when I drop, I'm like sending it over to the back wall. Boom. So lift to Tony, drop to there. That's that piece of it. Yeah, so so good. So good. Okay. So we go drop and slow to lift, drop. slow to lift, drop, slow to lift, drop, slow to lift, drop, drop. So now we want to keep both of our legs bent, but definitely more of a bend in the front leg. You've got it perfect. And we're pressing that leg more straight on the lift. And then on the drop, it just sends it back there. Keep your breathing going. And let's shake it out. Good job. 2 of 5 or 6. I have to count. Okay, so we have, as we're going through these basic movements, slides, lifts and drops. Then we have circles. We have figure 8s. We have the 2 iconic ones, which are the shimmies and the undulations. So I'm saving those 2 for last because those are definitely the best and more of like the iconic ones. So let's get into the circles. Circles are going to integrate some that we've already learned. So let's start with the hip circles. We begin with the slides. Tune back into the slides for a moment. Breathing. And now we have these 2 points that we're hitting. We're going to add 2 more points to make a circle, and that is the front and the back. So to add these, we're going to go slide to the side, swoop it over to the front, and all the way to the other side, and then press your booty back. I like to bring my chest forward and kind of bend. This gives you a little stretch in your hamstrings, and then swoop it over to the other side, bring your chest up, and we're back to where we started. So we have 4 points here that we're focusing on. Forwards, side, back, and side. Forwards, side, back. Keep breathing. As you're doing the hip circles, this is honestly a warm-up. We put the hip circles into our warm-ups before like a fire show or we're teaching a class of flow arts, just because it is such a good stretch for the legs and the hips. But in belly dancing, it's not only a stretch, it's a move.
It's also cleansing for the liver and kidneys.
That's good. That's spiraling energy. So in a warm-up, we would often put our hands on our hips to do this. But in belly dancing, we'll have our hands to the sides, and then let's switch directions. So whichever way you're going, switch directions now. As you bring your booty back, we cross our hands in the front, and then bring them back out to the side. Yeah, and then we have our hips forward, over, cross, and back as we swoop. Swooping over, kind of makes this like feeling of grace when you cross your hands in front. Kind of have your fingers like open and flowy. Yeah, it was super fun. Okay, let's just do a few more. Good job. And let's bring it back up. Now, chest circles are a little bit more challenging, but we can do it. So this is going to incorporate the chest slides and the chest lifts and drops, but circling it all together to make a full circle. So we start with a slide, and then we go lift, and then we push to the other side, and then we drop and tuck it in. So side, forward, side, in, side, forward, side, in, exactly. Side, forward, side, in, and think about just your upper vertebrae, not your belly and midsection. It's more just your chest. Yeah, it's kind of tricky. You'll really feel this in your upper back. So do a few in one direction. See if you can smooth out the points, and then switch direction. Very good. So come back to the 4 points where you have lift and then drop, lift and drop, yeah. And then we come back to neutral and we have the slide, side to side. Yes, exactly. So you'll go slide and then we go lift. And you go from just a side to a lift and then to another side, yeah, and then to a drop. And then when you drop in a circle, we actually are kind of concaving in a little bit to create more of a actual circle. So it's kind of like a tuck. And you definitely feel that one in the back. Yeah, you definitely feel that one. So let's just move intuitively and let the energy flow in the upper and mid vertebrae, all the vertebrae. Okay. You can do circles with your head too. We use that one so much in the theater. You know? That's more of like a hip hop. Yeah, like that's a silly one. Sure. Actually, I've seen it in some tribal fusion where you do like this and then like I have seen that. I actually have seen that. But not so much in Egyptian style. Not yet. We can bring it in. Okay, so we have got the slides. We've got the lifts and drops. We've got the circles and the circles. Let's add something a little bit more dynamic and fun. And then we'll get into the last two. So we have figure eights. Now, figure eights, let's start with the hand. Figure eights can be drawn with our hand. Think about your thumb leading and just see if you can draw a figure eight, like maybe even with your pointer finger. Yeah, exactly. We can draw a figure eight with our hands. I do this all the time with my hands out like this. I draw figure eights when I'm dancing because it's just fun. And I'm starting to get to a point where I can like layer in my hips and do it too. So that'll be a first fun layer for you guys. If you want to do some hip circles and figure eights, that can be a challenge. I know. This is called layering. Now how to shimmy with it. So we have these figure eights that we can make with our hands. And not only can we make it just like with the circles in one direction, we can stop in reverse direction. Now leading with the pinky side of the hands. This is more tricky though. Yeah, so if you got it. It's kind of, you can also use a wall and draw it with your pinky side. So the hands are the easy one. The hips are the next more challenging in my perspective, and then the chest is like, whoa, what are you doing there? So let's start with the hips, and what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to use a scarf. Let's see if I can find a really long scarf. This one really long? Yeah, let's go. Yola. Okay, so we're going to draw a figure eight with our hips. And it's going to be a horizontal one to start. So, Tony, can you check and see if that's in the video, in the live stream? Or do I need to move it back?
You need to move it back about 20 centimeters.
How about that?
Yeah, great.
Okay, so we have this figure eight on the floor, and I'll let you guys use it too. So I'm going to stand right in the middle of this figure eight, and I'm going to start, oh, I missed one. Okay, we need to do twists before we do figure eights. Twists are like your center point is right here in the center of your womb space, or belly button, but belly button is too high, so down here. So we're going to twist and basically put one hip forward and pull the other one back. And twist again and leave it back. Yes, yes. Twisting can be really just loose and whatever is kind of loose and fun. Exactly, it's an easy one. So when we twist our hips, we also want to keep our chest continually pointing straight. So we're not also, doing this with our chest. We're keeping our chest and shoulders nice and straight. Breathing. Okay, come here. We can also twist our chest, and the chest twists are also the chest shimmies. So where we take our center point of the chest and we kind of like press one breast forward and the other one back. Breast, chest, yes. Men can do it too. You don't need to have boobs for this, but it helps us. So you can also think about it like your shoulders, but we don't want to be putting our shoulder forward like that, or even like that. Like it's not the shoulders, but we are using our shoulders to help twist. So you can still see that I do have one shoulder forward and the other one back, and then switch and switch, with the center point being right in between the breast and the chest. And I often find that slower is more challenging than using momentum. So we can do like because when you go slower, you're making the movements more like full. But if you pick up the pace and make the movements a little bit less like, then it turns into a little wobble. And the wobble is the chest shimmy, where you can just shake the chest. Yeah, that one's really fun. One of my favorite, if not my favorite move to put in. If I don't know what to do and I'm just like listening to music and I'm like dancing, I just start doing it. This is what happens. But everybody has their own little filler moves. Okay, so to do the figure eights, now we're moving back. Oh, and a head twist is literally just this. So, yeah. To do the figure eights, we're going to start with figure eights that are horizontal on the ground, and then imagine that the scarf is a figure eight on the wall. So there's two planes that we can do the figure eights on. We'll start with the easier one. So we start with a twist. We're going to line our hips up with the line of the figure eight here, and then push our hips forward, our left hip, or one of our hips. We're going to push that hip forward and swoop it and scoop it until we are now on a twist that's along this next line right here. So we just did like a mini circle with one hip, and then we press our other hip forward and complete the figure eight. Pressing and scooping back, and then pressing and scooping back. Yeah. 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 Think about the hip bones being what moves it. The hip bones and your glute. It's all lower body. So you can keep your chest straight and forward. Use the bend in your knees. Come flat on your feet and bend your knees more. Yeah. And then work the twist. So come back to that twist and then scoop one. And when you're doing the one scoop, you'll find that the legs will bend, the side that you're moving towards, that knee will bend a little bit more to allow that movement. You'll really feel this in your glutes. It's a good workout. Mm-hmm. And good, I find that the figure eights are really fun for expressing emotion. Because it's very like smooth and silky. And you can kind of like put not just like flirty emotion into it, but like, like, oh, you can kind of let yourself feel into this one. And let's see, reverse direction. So stop on the twist. And now we're going to send the back hip back even further, and then scoop it around and forward. And then we're twisted for the other direction. So scoop back and forward. Scoop back and forward. Really bending the knees to allow more depth in this circles. Keep breathing. I don't hear you. Cool. Okay, and just kind of shake it out, bump it out with bending your knees. Good job. How are you guys feeling?
More loose.
More loose? Yeah.
It's a little bit crunchy.
Mm-hmm. In the spine, where are you feeling crunchy?
Well, I'm just recovering from an accident, so I'm just still like, this is the perfect thing, I think. I need to shimmy it out.
Amazing. Yeah, we'll get the shimmies here in a minute. Yeah, well, all of it. It all kind of comes together. You can shimmy and do these when you start getting more inshallah. Amrullah with practice. Yes. Okay, so the figure eights of the chest, I'm going to skip because I definitely feel like that's for more like advanced layering. But we're going to get into the figure eights of the horizontal plane. Also, does anyone want to stand on this and use it? I am going to move it. I'm going to move it up here. Okay, figure eights on the wall. So for these, we're going to really bend the knees. And we're going to get into like an up and down movement of the hips. So keep both knees bent. We're never straightening a leg yet. And what we'll do is slow it down and pick a side. So I'm going to pick this side to go first. Keep your chest up and lifted. But what we'll do is we're going to send that hip. It's already up, but it's going up and over and down. So we're like scooping down. And in order to go down, you've got to bend your knee more to make it go down. And then bring it back in and center. Okay. So again, we've got one leg is more bent, which pops this hip up. So we're like lifting up with one side. It's kind of like you're just standing with attitude mostly on one leg, and the other one's just like super down, kind of like that. But we're gonna press the one that's up over and then bend that knee more to make that hip go down and bring it back. Yeah, down and back, and lift up, down and back. You can also cheat and use your coming up on the feet. And how you do that is lift your hip higher and send it over, and then bring it down to a flat foot and bend your knee and bring it back. So you go lift up, bring the foot down, and come back. Lift up, around, and down, just so that you start to get that like movement. But technically, to do the Maya, this is going to be called the Maya, would be to keep your feet flat on the floor. But I've seen plenty of belly dancers do it when coming up on their feet. So to do the other side is the same, just on the other side. We will lift and press the hip up high, kind of like with the hip drops. But we're going to slide, there's the slides, slide it over, then foot flat, bend the knee more and pull it back in. Lift, slide, drop, back. So we're making another circle. Keep breathing. And then we combine them by doing up, over, down, back, and then other side, up, over, down, back.
I've got 5 minutes to the thing.
Okay.
If you want to come a little bit back.
Okay. I'll finish up then. Thank you. It's so easy to go over. Okay, so smoothing it out, we just, this takes practice. We're starting to get into, some people have said that's intermediate. I'm like, okay. But it's also fundamental. It's a shape. It's a fundamental shape that we make. But one could argue too that we're working with 2 circles. One circle here and another circle here. Figure eights are like 2 circles. But we're also making a twist happen, so it's kind of controversial. I like to keep it in the fundamentals. So next would be the other direction. There's the other direction for it, which is scooping down and up, scooping down and up. Just to touch on it briefly before we move into the other fun stuff. So the last 2 moves are kind of the iconic belly dance moves, and that would be shimmies. Let's do shimmies first. So shimmies, they always look like it's in the hips. Everything jiggles. Everything jiggles in belly dance. Yeah, you've got it good. Yeah.
I don't do the belly dance, but I do this for my butt.
Yeah. Well, that's it. So belly or the shimmies, everyone thinks that it's in the hips, but it's not. The secret is actually in the knees. So we are bending and straightening the knees. In a lot of the other moves, we keep a full bend, and we keep that bend when we're doing things. But the shimmies, we actually do want to straighten the knees almost to a locked position. So we're gonna start off. Can I get some drumming for this little bit? Okay, give me a like, just like a doom, 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 doom. Bend straight, bend straight, bend, 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 bend. And then double time. Yeah. And then double time again. Exactly. And then relax, and then relax. So as we're getting started with the beginner's practice, it's like you can only do it for so long before you start to compromise the quality. And then your arms start moving, and then everything starts moving, and it's like, okay, you're shimmying, but the quality is not there anymore. So I highly encourage, if you're going to delve deeper into a belly dance practice, that you do, you start off, like you put a song on, and you start off with a shimmy like this. And then you slowly pick up the pace, or you double time it, and then you double time again. And then you get to the full shimmy, and if you're only shimmying for like a moment, that's okay. I want you to keep your quality there and not let things start getting too loose in your upper body, you know? So we have the shimmy starts off slow, and then you get faster, and then you get faster. What are you gonna make? Shimmy, shimmy. So sometimes you have one leg that wants to go faster than the other, and that's what you often find in the shimmy practice. Huh? Yeah. Oh, so you have some soreness. Okay, so that's the shimmy. Shimmy of the chest is again the twisty shimmy. It's the wobble. But we also have a hip shimmy that's a twist shimmy. So technically, twisting fast like this is a twist shimmy. And for people who struggle in the beginning with doing the knee shimmies or the Egyptian shimmies, gosh, shimmies are different everywhere. You have hip shimmies, and then we have Egyptian shimmies, and then we have the twist shimmies, and there's just so much. There's a bounce shimmies, or maybe it's called heel shimmies. So many different names for these things as we travel. Okay, last but not least, we have undulations. So undulations are a fun one because it incorporates the upper, middle, and lower body. And we can even begin to put our feet into it and create traveling steps. This is really fun. So we're going to start with the spine. We're going to start with the chest lifting, shoulders back, and drop. We're also going to work with pelvis tucks and booty out. Pelvis tucks and out. Yeah. And then we're going to work them and connect them in between. So for a little bit, I want you to think about these as different parts of your body. Even though the spine is clearly connected, I want you to think like my chest and upper back and upper spine is completely separate from my lower spine. So I'm going to lift my chest and lean back, put my belly forward, and then I'm going to bring my hips forward and start bringing my chest back to a neutral position. And I'm going to pull my hips like forwards. I have a tuck now in my pelvis, and then I'm going to bring my booty back. Yeah. So you go chest up, shoulders back, lean back, belly forward, hips forward, and roll through the spine until your booty is out, and then we come back to a neutral position. So we have chest up, lean back, belly forward, hips forward, hips back, and then back to neutral. So in the beginning of it, think about it like they're two separate pieces. My chest is separate from this. But then as we finish the undulation, we have this like rolling of connection. Up and through. I like to stand sideways for this one, or at a 45-degree angle, and put most of my weight in my back leg, so that I can add a kick at the end. Because it makes it look like your whole body is undulating, even though technically it's just your spine. So we go chest, stomach, hips, kick,
chest, stomach, hips, kick. Chest, more chest. Bring it back to the chest up, and then lean back. Yeah, that's better. Chest up, and then lean back and roll it through and kick at the very end. Yeah. Chest, stomach, hips, and kick. And when you kick, have that booty out in the beginning. Chest, stomach, hips, kick. So that kick is kind of like a end. Yeah, isn't it sassy? Yes. Okay, to make it a traveling step, you'll come up on your toes, on both of them, and we're actually going to step forwards and back. Forwards, back, forwards, and back. And that when you come back, you're kind of like using that kick, like in the end of our undulation. And now when you step forward with your chest and heart, and then step back. See if you can forwards with your heart and roll it back. Forwards with your heart, lean back, roll back. Forwards with your heart, lean back, roll back, and kick. And so this becomes what they call the Egyptian camel. And I think it's because when you're doing it, it feels like you're riding a camel.
So you should be practicing on camel.
On a camel, we should get on a camel and feel the
name on
Would that be like the hip drop or the heel drops?
I don't know. I haven't seen anyone drop to that point.
Yeah.
That's hip hop.
Yeah, a little bit different. So thank you guys so much. I would love to hear your feedback, how you're feeling now. It's been
And just wondering, do you want to just do a 2 or 3 minute little play?
play with some, yeah, we can
Yeah, just to have a play.
Yeah.
And we can finish up.
Mm-hmm. So as she's doing some of the drumming, just come back into some of the shapes that I shared with you today, and just see if you can synchronize the shapes and the movement with the beat and the rhythm that you hear from the drumming. And it doesn't have to be complicated. It could literally just be a hip circle or a hip slide. And then as you continue, see if you can do it with the chest and just start to feel and move your body with the beat. Mm-hmm. I'll start simple. Thank you so much, Tjoni. It was a great, beautiful session.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you guys all. How are you feeling?
I enjoyed this. And I feel like you said, it's a good exercise, a little workout, and just focusing on all these muscles. Like, I love watching belly dancing. It's so beautiful and graceful and amazing. But once even just trying these little bits at a time, it's like, whoa, I feel that. Especially like some areas maybe a little like rusty feeling.
It's so true. these really are the fundamentals, because even things like the figure eight that seem more complicated, just wait until you're doing it with one hip or like with a shoulder. It's like there's a lot. There's so much to continue leveling up and working on. Yeah. How are you feeling?
Well, now I realize that many of the figures I did before for like womb work, and some other practices for like the healing and so on, that it was coming there for the movement of opening and so on. And now I'm like, wait, I did it, but it's so fucking.
And about the emotions and things too, like you said about things that come up, it's like a feeling like letting go. I need that.
Yeah, it is very clearing and releasing. I love to make the practices more holistic. But I must say, this is my first like highly focused class on the fundamentals mixed with the feelings of holistic, or the feelings of awareness that it brings the body. I always talk about that, but I often get students that just want to belly dance. They just want to like learn the moves and do a show. So it's really refreshing having people come and having this space where people are focused on the health benefits to belly dancing. I can really feel like I'm in my prime. So thank you guys. Yeah.
Thank you. Beautiful. So we've just got a little 5-minute break. Cool. And then Jesse will be on in 5 minutes. If anybody would like to use the bathroom, it's just through there on the right. Otherwise, would anybody like to jump in and say a little hello online? You don't have to, but you're welcome to.
Oh, it's right here.
Yeah, it is right here. I'm just going to bring it around to me so I can say hi.
Oh, you were watching on the phone. You were one of our viewers, huh?
Yeah.
I was actually trying to get Jesse like coordinated so that Jesse would be in the class too, because it's nice to have
Let's do a live stream.
yeah, that's cool. It's nice to have some masculine energy in a class that's mostly associated with feminine, because someone like Jesse is very like in tune with feminine energy himself and can teach and guide about how we all carry feminine and masculine energy and how it's important to have both. And I've taught him belly dance classes before too, so he's actually a really nice person, masculine person to have in a belly dance class. Whereas I think that some men associate belly dancing with being like a sexual thing, and it's just really not. It can be. Some women make it, turn it into like a dance for someone else, which on one side is kind of cool too. It has its place, but it doesn't have to be. I feel like the dance is really for the individual who is dancing. Dance is for the dancer.
I usually saw the boats.
Okay, so we've got just about 4 minutes to go, and then Jesse is going to be doing the true yoga and Qigong class. So I invite you to, anybody that's watching at home, perhaps you could drop a comment. What is it that brings you joy? We're going to be talking about this a little bit later, so it would be great to just start to think about that now. Just bringing to mind something that brings you joy. We're going to be creating our little alchemical joy bank in our mind. So we're creating our own medicine, basically, out of our past experiences, our memories, our imaginings, the experiences of other people. And we're going to be using that for our drop of joy technique a little bit later. Which again was inspired by this beautiful book. So if you're interested in making a difference in the world, I was at a conference by a man called Jeffrey Slater, who was very big in the area of marketing, especially for more healers and artists and like purpose for profit type of organizations. And he was saying that it used to be that if you wanted to make a difference in the world, you get into politics. But these days, if you want to make a difference in the world, you get into business. And I feel like more and more that is becoming more and more appropriate and relevant. And this is kind of really reflecting on a lot of what I've been looking at in the last 30 years, actually, around how we can really make effective change through through holistic business practices. And so that's what I've been coaching a lot, tuning into the energy or the spirit of business. So staying tuned for more information on that. But this is really tuning into the emotional alchemy that is necessary for us to be holistic business leaders and thought leaders and guiders of community and society into something that's in service to the many, not the few. So yeah, lots more coming up on that we will be chatting about and sharing in the last half hour of our time together today. So yeah, what else have we got? What's going on? Are you ready to go, Jessie? Would you like to come and say hi? Hi, Wendy. Why don't you jump on the hot seat?
Oh my God, the hot
Oh, you get the hot seat. So maybe is there something that you'd like to share about what brings you joy?
Oh, what brings me joy? Well, first of all, connecting with people like you, and these lovely people here, doing things that help our bodies to feel more balanced and relaxed, and just having fun and laughing, and being together is actually really what I need right now.
Yeah, doing things together. And why is joy important to you? What effect do you find that it has on body, mind, spirit?
Oh, well, I'd say even like sleeping better, the whole system's working better, maybe even affecting like the digestion and circulation, because even like laughing is like creating these vibrations and frequencies in our bodies to just unwind and relax and let go. And joy, I think we all need more joy, right?
Yeah, you can all do with more joy. And did you enjoy the belly dance session?
I did. I know I need more of it. I've enjoyed watching belly dancing in various places over the years, and I took one class once in Dahab, and I was like, yes, this is great. And then, as I said before, I was in an accident. I've been healing from that, and my hips and my spine and everything have just been like, argh. So now I'm slowly recovering with yoga, with all this movement and dance, and belly dance, I think, will be something I definitely need to become more disciplined with, that it can help heal my body and bring fun and good experience. So.
Beautiful. Oh, we're just going to have to do more of it in Luxor.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I guess you're going to be coming here more often.
Yes, I need it. We need it together.
And how are we going? Are we ready to go?
Yeah, do you want me to do it?
I'm sure. Thank you so much, Wendy.
Thank you.
Hey, welcome everybody. Once again, I'm Jesse Hart. Coming up right now is going to be true yoga and conscious fitness practice, followed by manifestation. And so if you're familiar with yoga or you're not, it's not an intermediate or advanced level, though there are advanced techniques in it. Not necessarily with the poses. We're not going to be overly messing and putting too much pressure in the body today. And I'm going to show you a lot of different modifications and ways in which you can spot yourself. I'm a specialist in teaching people. I've been teaching people in person and online for over 12 years now. So you're perfectly safe in my hands, just as long as you keep breathing. If you have some sort of respiratory issue, that's not an issue either, unless it becomes an issue for yourself. So ultimately, I'm not your teacher today. You are your own teacher. I'm essentially going to be your guide and assisting you in discovering more ways that have assisted me in leveling up my life, my consciousness, my health, and unlocking my ability to create realities out of my dreams. So without further ado, we're all ready for this. Let's do it.
Beautiful. Thank you.
I'm going
so
to tell
much.
you where center is too.
Yeah.
That's center, yeah.
Great.
That's center. Shall I start recording?
Yeah, and Jesse, are you going to be doing much sitting down or more standing up?
Would you prefer I stand up? Because I can do these for lying down, sitting down, standing up, whatever, levitating.
It's just, it'll just determine where I put
The camera.
so
Let's do it for standing then.
the standing.
Yeah. Welcome. What's your name?
Busha.
Bubusha?
Yes.
Nice to meet you. Jesse. Where are you from?
Poland.
Poland. Cool. Are you living here or are you just Nice.
Just moved from Peru.
From Peru. Where in Peru are you at?
Sacred Valley. Pisa.
In Pisa. We lived in Pisa for a little while as well on this journey.
We drove through it. Yeah. Like how long ago?
2022.
That would have been like a little more than 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
Prana wasn't quite 1 year old
I
yet.
got there exactly 2 years
No kidding, you're that bad for us. Nice. We actually got married on Machu Picchu there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Nice.
We're about to celebrate our 3-year anniversary this year.
Wow, that's true. We have 2 anniversaries. We have like our wedding anniversary, which is at one point of the year, and we're like coming the other one.
So this will be interactive, and I first want to introduce myself, even though we know each other a little bit. Wendy, right? Okay. And you're living here also in Egypt. And I'll start the questions with you. Have you practiced yoga before?
Yes.
And what is your experience in yoga?
I've taken some courses also for teaching yoga. It's my personal practice. I have experimented with a lot of different styles. Now I'm enjoying embracing yin yoga more slowly, because I feel like it's right now, especially because of my injury, just more accessible and just. But it's okay.
Good. The way to listen to your body, and yeah, it's such a significant thing. Like yin yoga is getting so much more into the essence of what I call true yoga, and I'll tell you here in a moment. But yin yoga is getting into those finer details, into your much more smaller and subtle muscles, as well as the connective tissue and ligaments, which is so key. All the big muscles doesn't matter if you can't move the little ones with it.
That's right. And I've done a lot with like the hot yoga studios and a lot of these vinyasa and hatha words, like one pose to the next, boom, 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 and it's like kind of exhausting.
Westerner yoga, I
Yes,
call it.
exactly.
It's technically it is
America.
yoga, but I often define it as Pilates with an emphasis on yoga poses. But the one thing I do is I just tell everybody in the Western world, if they don't talk about breathing, walk out of the classroom. And yourself, do you have any experience prior in yoga?
Yeah, I was in yoga. Stayed in Peru.
And since staying in Peru, nice, yeah, good place to do it, really. And that's really amazing, jumping from that high energy of Peru to here in Egypt. So you're on it. Yeah. Okay, I'll start by asking you first. Do you know what the word yoga means?
It's about the union.
Oh, hallelujah.
Spirit.
Did you know that too? Oh my gosh, 2 people in one room, that's unheard of. It's actually very uncommon for people to understand what the word yoga means. It's an ancient Sanskrit word coming from India, obviously, that means, yes, union, as closest relation to in English, or to yoke, or to bring together. So it is the workout of bringing together, but bringing together what?
All of this mind and the body and the spirit, all are working all together in this.
2 for 2.
Thank you.
Okay, but for the grand finale, can't you get 3 for 3?
Back in the hot seat.
You're doing great. It's a workout. It's a workout, and we're going to be learning about how all this pressure, all this fleshness, this mental, emotional workout is all part of it. So the workout's already begun. Just as talking here, that's why I call mental yoga. We might be dipping into the emotional yoga when you feel those emotions rise up in yourself. Can you observe yourself? Instead of being the experiencer, can you watch the experience happening? I know it's a tricky thing. We're starting to juggle here. Juggle consciousness. Don't just be in the body, be outside the body, be in the space and observe. Don't take your experience too seriously. But yes, absolutely with sincerity. So, grand finale, and you can take this too. What is spirit?
I feel like if this physical body is like the meat, fleshy puppet, like avatar body, the spirit is what's driving it, maybe our breath and our energy.
Woo! All right, you all can go home now. Good night. Yes, exactly. So spirit is a little bit more of an elusive word. And it is the life force essence, the prana, the breath, the energy you called it. I like to call it energy and motion or emotion. So what we're actually unionizing is mind, our conscious awareness of ourselves and our reality, body, the vessel, the thing which is our character moving through this reality, and the spirit, aka the breath, aka the energy, the life force, the emotion, energy in motion. We have 3 bodies in this life. We only recognize one of them for the most part because we can see it, use it, and touch it. But there's 2 non-physical bodies. The mental body, which we might call residual self-image, which is your idea of yourself and your idea of what reality is, with your emotional body, how you experience the world through your senses of emotions. We call those angers, happiness, sadness, confusion, so many more, full spectrum, which we'll be talking about in a moment, but also tangible touch, feeling with your body and feeling the light that interacts with our senses, telling us what's going on inside and outside. And that is what yoga is all about. Yoga is simply the practice of what's already happening all the time, every single moment of every single day. But since we're in kind of this time in our technological era where we're in information overload, our stimuli are constant and massive amounts of energy and information is pouring in, whether you're on your phone or your computer or just being present in where we're at in the cosmos right now, in this stage of evolution. And so if we don't learn how to breathe and hold ourselves appropriately, all of that energy turns into massive amounts of stress, anxiety, depression, you name it. Basically injury, one way or another, of our physical, mental, or emotional bodies. When all that's really trying to happen is conscious evolution. Now, our egos aren't necessarily going to trust that because we don't know what's going on. And it feels uncomfortable, and we resist it. And when we resist what feels uncomfortable, the disease breaks loose. And that's why we have the names for all the different diseases. I don't define things as disease. I don't get sick, never have, never will. I used to define it as sickness, but now I understand it much differently. And you can too, because everything in this universe is a perfect creation by a perfect creator. And I don't do that just from being spiritual and being religious. No, there's actually scientific means of actually proving that. But it's kind of an individual path. It's not something I can write necessarily and prove to you on paper. I mean, I could, but that doesn't mean you're going to believe it at an emotional level. And that's what we need, and that's an individual journey. So what we're going to be going through today is some physical and mental yoga. That's the stuff that you can structure. That's the stuff that I can plan out for you and get it all into alignment and everything like that. It's much more masculine. But the emotional energies, the emotional yoga, that might be something that has to carry on throughout your life, or if we were to continue this practice together in person or online. The more you trust me, the more I test that trust and get it into your emotional body. Because with the amount of practice and skills that I now have with the emotional body, I can hold a safe space for you to get into that traumatic energy, into that really tough, stagnant energy that we've been holding on to for this life and potentially many other lives, from our ancestors' lives or past/parallel lives. We're all holding on to a tremendous amount of energy. So yoga is learning about how to create space. We look at it like we're stretching, right? Stretching, but I picture stretching like holding your breath and pushing the body, whereas actually what we're doing is just putting the body into pressureful positions and allowing the body to expand as we expand and contract. Breathing. Letting space into the hard-to-reach cracks and crevices of the body where those physical, mental, or emotional stagnant energies are held. With the breath is like the sudsy water getting into the blood system. The blood, oxygenated blood, can get into those hard-to-reach cracks and crevices, and your body is designed, as you know, to heal itself. All that we have to do actually is give it the space to heal, and it will happen naturally. And going back again to that observer mind, as far as healing the mental and emotional body, or being healed, is very much like an elder does. An elder can't be bothered so much by mental and emotional stimuli. Why? Because they've been through it for so many years and decades. With the yoga practice, though, what we're doing is we're learning about how to observe our experience, to study our physical, mental, emotional experience, and start to notice patterns. When you start to notice patterns, you stop taking yourself so seriously. You stop taking your life and other people's lives and this whole human drama so seriously. The seriousness and the finding of the relating to it like serious that causes serious situations, traumatic situations. Not being said they don't exist. But when we're learning about yoga and transcending the body to learn about observing our experience rather than being in it all the time, come out of it for a moment. Notice that you can do that. Your brain is not, or your mind is not just in your brain, right? Consciousness, conscious energy, it's everywhere. You'll experience this if you ever take hallucinogenics, but you can do it manually without needing to ever take any drugs, any medicine. Recognize you are whole, you are healed, you are healthy as can be right now, you are as perfect as can be right now, even if you are in imperfect situations. Then we learn about the depth of conscious fitness. Conscious fitness is a technique that I've been creating that moved my yoga practice into something more. Something that will get your body into looking really good and really capable of doing whatever you want to do with it, as well as your mind and your emotional body to be able to achieve whatever you want to achieve in life. Because there's two sides of our overall fitness level. There's the pleasurable side, there's the rewarding side. That's what we're always focusing on, the end results, right? But our ego has a really hard time with not getting it. Why? Well, take the theories as you like, but it's my best theory is that where we come from, everything we think about, everything we dream about is yours as like a birthright, and it happens instantaneously. So here in our dimension, in our life, whatever you want to call it, where time exists, we don't necessarily get everything we think about as soon as we think about it. And that's both a blessing as well as a feel like a curse. Things are really slow, but when we feel like we have to earn something, at first we're like, oh, that sucks. Like, why do I gotta do stuff in order to get what I want? Well, it's one way in which we understand what value is. Value. And we don't understand value unless we have something to earn for it, something to contrast it. So we have the rewards on one side, but then we have the work on the other side. I like to define it very simply as pressure and pleasure. Pressures relate to everything, all of the different discomforts in life. I don't care how small or big it is, how it's just the pressure of feeling my feet on the floor or the pressure of getting my foot crushed, what we would call pain. Pressure can escalate all the way to the level of pain. But so can pleasure, by the way. We can get so wrapped up in the moment, so overly joyous that we completely forget where we're at, forget to be present and grounded and neutral in our surroundings. And before you know it, something manifests, something on the opposite end of the pole comes and manifests and causes you pain. It's like you got to check yourself on both sides. So what we're learning about here in the yoga practice is our different limits. Lots of people think we just have a limit, physically, mentally, and emotionally, but we actually have multiple limits. We have soft limit, medium hard, and hard limit. If we get to our hard limit, that's your actual limit, that's where you have to back off a little bit, else you're about to experience pain. But our soft limit, that's where maybe where you're feeling right now. You're not comfortable, perfectly comfortable, you're not lounging in the chair or anything right now, you're getting a massage, right? But you're not uncomfortable either, as in I haven't started the physical workout yet. Maybe you're a little bit uncomfortable because the concepts that I'm bringing up are challenging your mind, challenging your belief system, maybe, I don't know. So we might be going already into the medium limit a little bit. Medium limit is a place that you are uncomfortable now. You are uncomfortable, that's clear, but you can still breathe. You're still present. Not all of your energy and attention is focused on whatever discomfort, whatever you're feeling in the body, mind, or emotions. So you're present with the discomfort, and this is where we're going to focus on, especially if you're new to yoga. Medium limits, as in, I'm uncomfortable, but it's not extremely uncomfortable, nor am I, like this is kind of easy, somewhere in between there. Then we have the medium hard limit. Now this is strongly uncomfortable, strongly uncomfortable. This is like getting close to that failure level. If you do lift weights or you do work out, that point when you simply can't go anymore and your body gives out. We're just shy of that. But then the hard limit is where the body is actually going to give out, just about to get injured. If we're talking about it, it's an engine on the car, you're redlining it now. So we want to become presently aware. Because what we're going to notice throughout the yoga practice is it relates to everything else outside of the yoga classroom, off of the yoga mat. But you might forget about it. You might jump right back into your human experience, forget about that transcendent observer mind, and you're right back into it and you lose track of where your limits are. Or are these limits being invested into the outcome of my choosing? Or are these just pressures being put on me by outside sources or by myself and I'm just not conscious of them? Stop. Neutralize. Remember that what we're in for is not just for a good-looking body and greater flexibility and ease and looking good on the yoga mat. We're making ourselves healthy, but for what? And we'll be talking about that in the next section with our future observations, which go hand in hand with yoga. Manifestation practice, achievement practice, another yin and yang. But we will spot ourselves in recognizing first and foremost, what pressure level am I in, physically, mentally, emotionally? Will I back off and give myself a moment to check in, to understand, yes, I do want this workout, or no, and have the courage, the inverse workout, to walk away, right? And be able to do that over and over and over and over. Master this, guarantee you can do everything in life. And the paradox of it all is you'll begin to associate pressure as pleasure. When we can do this, when we can do this consistently, you have mastered, you are You are a Zen master, so to speak. You are no longer resisting any part of life. You welcome every part of life, even the challenging stuff. This is what we're going for here with yoga. Okay? So I saw that Catherine did a little bit of warm-up. I'm not assuming everybody did that warm-up who's signing in right now. So we're going to go into it a little bit more. We'll do a couple other different things. We'll also focus on some Qigong, which is another form of yoga that comes from China, also known as Taoist yoga. Okay? So most important thing, as I mentioned at the beginning of class, as I mentioned throughout, is your breath. So I want you to just start by noticing your natural breath as it is right now. No need to change it. Actually, you probably will change it, though, once you are observing it. That's fine. And with the awareness of your breath, just notice how your body feels right now. If you have any discomforts or anything, if you need to adjust and or direct your breath to any of those places of your body or your mind. How's your mind today? Are you feeling anxious? Are you feeling overwhelmed, overstimulated? Direct your breath to your mind, to your brain, to your nervous system. And how are you feeling emotionally? How did you feel when you woke up today? How did you feel leading up to this moment right now? And then how do you feel right now? And believe it or not, you've just done the greatest thing you possibly can for yourself. You're consciously present with yourself, and you're aware that you're breathing, and you probably invested a little bit more into your breath. Believe it or not, those two things will change everything. We're just learning about how to do them now in all sorts of amounts of pressureful positions. So we're going to start with the first most pressureful position, which is a full body breath. So bring one hand to your belly, one hand to your side ribs. We're going to start with a fresh, brand new breath. So we're going to squeeze all the air out of our lungs. You should feel your ribs contract, your belly squeeze. Now keep squeezing out your breath. I know you got more. Get to that medium limit with your exhale. Uncomfortable exhale. And pause in that tension. Notice where the tension's at. See if you can relax the tension just by shifting your posture a little bit. And then let go of your breath. Naturally you inflate. Now let's inflate fully. Big belly, big side ribs, all the way from the upper chest. And medium limit with the inhale. So it's uncomfortable and hold. Notice where it feels pressureful. See if you can adjust. Let it go. And then let the breath go. Back to the full exhale. Pause with no breath. Observe your mind, body, and emotions. Relax as much as you can, and then let go. Uncomfortably so. Hold. Observe. Relax as much as you can, and then let go again. Switch sides. Opposite hand on opposite belly. Opposite hand on the side ribs. Keep doing this at your own pace. Now I want you to notice the natural inflow and outflow of pressure and pleasure. The pressure happening at the pinnacle of the inhale or the exhale. And the pleasure happening immediately upon the switching of it. Can you observe this? This simple thing. 2 more big breaths. Please breathe into the nose to start. You can breathe however you want after that. do it without the hands. Very nice. Now go back to a natural breath and observe the shift that's already taken place. Notice how much more present you are. Notice how much more tingly your body feels. That tingliness is the chi, is the prana, is the life force, is the very thing that's enabling you life, is spirit. Interacting with your body in what we scientifically call oxygen. And the chi is a combination of your conscious awareness, the bioelectricity firing through your nerves, combined with the oxygen in the blood working together to keep you alive. Okay, so now we're feeling much more present, hopefully a little bit lighter, but maybe that brought up something for you. Sometimes things get worse before they get better, and just the expansion of the breath and contraction of the breath will begin to find those blocks in the body, in the mind, and the emotions. Don't worry, they will release naturally. If they do release and you have any sort of physical, mental, or emotional purging, we call this sickness. Whether it be coughing, burping, farting, you need to excuse yourself to go to the bathroom, you need to throw up, you need to get emotional, you're upset, or your anxiety is through the roof, and you need to go write it down. Please excuse yourself, please. That's what this is all for. It's not for all the yoga poses and stuff like that. It's to get into the places when we feel like we need to release, and then feel safe and sacred enough space that you can let your body go through whatever it needs to go through your mind, your emotions. That's really what it's about. Yeah. Because you'll notice that once all that stuff is clear, wow, you're feeling amazing. You're feeling alive again. All we have to do is get our egos, get the physical semen stuff, get all the blockages out and away. The spirit does the rest. Our job is just to go into all those sorts of different places. Okay, so let's go into all the different places now. Starting with the spine. If true yoga, or yoga in general, is about one part of the physical body, it would be about the spine, the central nervous channel that connects our brains with our hearts, with our extremities, the whole of the body. So you need to make sure that that is nice and warmed up first. Else, you might not know what your limits are today because there's a block somewhere in your spinal column. I'm not telling you, I actually have an issue in my right hand, or I have an issue in my left thigh. You might not be present enough with that, or you get that signal just a little bit too late. Okay, so let's open up the spine now. We're going to bring our feet close together and our hands down just over our kneecaps, and bring your thumbs to the insides, fingers to the outsides. Now we're going to inhale and pull the chest forward, pull the shoulders back, and lift the chin up. And also stick your butt back, let that tailbone stick out. And again, big breath, uncomfortably so, stretching out the spine, a little uncomfortably so, holding, and then exhaling, releasing. Tucking the pelvis, pull the shoulders towards the ears, chest in, chin to chest, squeeze the lungs. Pause. Then let go. Come back into it. Inhale. This is standing cat-cow. And recognize you don't have to hold that pressure for any longer than feels right for you. I'm not going to tell you, hold on to it, no pain, no gain. No, that's bullshit. You hold on to it for as long as it feels right. Just do your best to show that you can be in that pressure. It's okay, it's not hurting you. And immediately there comes the pleasure. There comes that relief. Good, 2 more breaths just like that. And as I said before, always starting with that inhale into the nose. If you like to take in more breath into the lips or exhale out your nose or out your lips, that's fine. Once we finish our next exhale, we're going to relax our arms all the way down. Let go of the torso, hang in a ragdoll. Let the blood flow to your head, neck, shoulders, arms. And really let your crown hang towards the ground. Sometimes people are looking at their feet. Don't look at your feet. Look behind through your legs behind you. And feel the pressure of the blood rushing to your head. If you haven't done this in a while. This is called letting the head surrender to the heart. The head voice, the ego voice, the analytical mind is very loud. And often we can't hear the voice of source in our hearts, our intuition, in our intuitive minds, once we silence that head. So 2 more big breaths here. Really emphasizing on the exhale. And then taking your time, 2 or 3 breaths, nice and slowly, peel your spinal column up 1 vertebrae at a time, starting with your tailbone. Save your neck and head for the last. Very nice, and then immediately notice and observe again. Wow, what a shift. Either bring your hands to your sides or support your low back as we go into a back bend. Tuck the pelvis under and forwards until you feel an engagement in your low abdomen. And we'll open up our shoulders and chest and gently lean back. Trace your gaze up the wall, up the ceiling, and see if you can maybe see the wall behind you. Hold for just 1 breath here. And then pull in your belly and inhale, rise back up. And exhale, relax, straight out. Good. Okay. So we always warm up the spine in 3 different motions primarily. A forwards and backwards arching. Next will be a side to side arching. So we'll just start with our feet together. We'll do an easy one. With your, I'm going to be mirroring, so if you're watching me, your right hand down, inhale your left arm up. And reach that arm up until you feel the stretch all the way through the arm and down your side body. Then we're going to soften the shoulder and exhale, slowly arch over to the right. Support yourself with this bottom arm. We're going to inhale, open up the shoulder and chest a bit, look up. And then exhale, further over, further down. Hold for 1 big breath. And we're going to flex the belly. Inhale, float the arm up. And exhale, move the arm down. And really quickly, just observe and notice the difference between the left and right sides of the body, just with that 1 stretch. Notice how much lighter it tends to feel. That's what we're doing, creating space, creating lightness, oxygenating the blood. Let's switch sides. Inhale, right arm up. And keep that breath going in until you feel the stretch in your arms. Keep reaching until you feel the stretch in your body. And then soften, shoulder down, exhale, arch to the side. Inhale, open up the shoulder and chest, look up. Exhale, further over, further down. Hold for a breath. Feel the breath connect with the stretch. Flex that belly, pull the navel in towards the spine, and inhale, float up. Exhale, float down. Pause for a moment again. Okay, you can do that same one. We're going to do that 1 more time each side, and I'm going to give a couple more options. So if you're still new, if you're feeling stuck, and that was really challenging for you, stick with this one with arm down. Else, we're going to bring both arms up. Inhale and interlace the fingers, pointing the index and the thumb straight up and hugging the arms next to the ears. Keep that pelvis tucked, spine long. Breathe in. And then exhale, let's go down to the right again. Inhale, open up the shoulder and chest. Exhale, lower. Big breath, hold. Flex that belly, inhale, float up. Exhale, switch to the other side. Reach those arms, straight arms, good, yeah, feel it. Inhale, open. Exhale, lower. Hold. Good, and flex, inhale, rise up. Hold the energy from above the head. It's our first Qigong technique. We're going to exhale, pull the energy down, and scan through our body slowly from head to foot. And then pause. And that's a little bit more of an uncomfortable position. So what I want you to do is just sway the hips left and right. What I like to do with the yoga practice, a lot of people will do, especially in Western yoga. I'm not sure about traditional Eastern yoga so much, I wouldn't say it as much. But we'll go through a lot of pressureful positions. And then at the end of the class, finally Shavasana, finally you get to relax. Or the teacher will give you permission to get in child's pose. I like to do pressure, pleasure, pressure, pleasure, pressure, pleasure. So we do a pressureful position or movement, and then we'll do a pleasurable one. So this is the pleasurable one. This is called bamboo in the wind. And we're just swaying our hips left and right and letting our kind of spine snake left and right. Keep the breath going though. I always encourage you, pressure yourself to pressure the breath. If this is a workout of any type, it's a breath workout. And if you feel really too lightheaded, feel free to just come down onto the mat, take care of yourself. Okay, so we did forwards and backwards arching of the spine, we did side to side arching. Now we're going to twist around and around. We'll start with a very gentle one. We'll just gently let the arms flop from side to side and then look over each shoulder as far as we can. And you time your own breath rhythmically, however feels good. And then we'll go all the way through the spine down through the leg and pivot on the opposite set of toes as the direction you're twisting. And then we'll pivot on the same heel as the direction we're twisting, twisting the foot out and leg out in the opposite direction. Same way, same direction from the heel like this. Yeah, there you go. Good. Observing mind, body, and breath. You are not the mind, you're not the body. If anything, you are the breath, but even not that. You're the observer today. You're the transcendental one. Transcended one. Transcendental. Good. And then slowly come back to center. Now combine. So that was a little bit more of a relaxed one. Now we'll get into a more intense one. And this is also a Qigong form. This is the wise owl turns its head to eliminate fatigue. I want you to pretend like you're holding two doorknobs on the ground. And as we twist the spine, we're also going to twist the arms. We're going to twist those doorknobs open. So twist all the way into your shoulders and look as far over your left shoulder as you can. Inhaling. Then we're going to exhale, untwist the spine and untwist the arms. Maybe twist the arms in the opposite direction a little bit. And then we're going to inhale, twist the doorknobs open and look over the right shoulder. Exhale, untwist. Keep it going. Now I'm guiding the breath to usually be inhale in one direction and exhale in the other direction. That doesn't mean they can't be swapped if you feel naturally exhaling as you twist and inhaling as you return back. Or maybe your breath is so good you breathe in for a twist to each side and then breathe out for a twist to each side. It's up to you. It's only offering up the suggestion or the idea that your breath and body can keep moving together rhythmically. If you can do that, I guarantee you will start to associate the pressures in life much more better. Most of our pains, physical and emotional, comes from the fact that you're holding your breath, believe it or not. Cutting off the breath is cutting off your fundamental need for the life force, prana, chi, energy. When you do that, you'll get the free ticket out of here.
So?
Off this planet.
I don't think I've landed here yet.
It's good to hover somewhere in between. It's definitely good to hover somewhere in between. Don't get too.
It's taken 52 years just to get my big toes attached.
Good. One more time, one more breath each set. For me, the objective is to get very comfortable in a space between the third and fifth dimension, to be time itself. Still enjoying your time here on earth, but still enjoying your time in the ethers, in the heavens, in your dream state. And live for, in my theory, as long as you like. Good. All right. Now done. Shake it out from your shoulders and arms. Shake out through your legs. And then shake out through your hips, torso, shoulders, neck, and head, and smile. Let's release some endorphins and show how we can manually release and just be happy. Good. And then be still. Pause. A little moment of standing shavasana, I like to call it, and just feel the chi, the life force, the prana coming into every crack and crevice. And really quickly, before we move on, a little bit of feedback. Wendy, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling like more, like you said, more expansion, and especially with my ribs at the beginning, the first ones that you were doing side to side, I was really feeling like even holding my chest up better. It's working.
Good. How do you feel right now, contrasting to how you were feeling maybe before you arrived today or at the beginning of class?
Physically and emotionally, like so much better.
So much better. Yeah.
Bye-bye.
And I'm not looking for a right answer here. I usually get this right answer of feeling better. It's like, I'm not looking for that. I'm actually just looking to make sure that you're still aware of continue comparing and contrast. Because what I'm looking to do, since I only maybe have you for one session, I don't necessarily can guarantee that I'm going to keep anybody on for X amount of time. I prefer to, of course, because I can guarantee results, but they usually come months or years into the practice, the big results. What I want to do is to leave impressions on your ego and local mind that this works. This works every time. This is the best thing that you can do for yourself. This is more necessary than brushing your teeth every day, you know? But there's nothing I can do to get you to show up for yourself when you're not showing up to class. But I want you to show up for yourself. So if you just keep remembering the contrast, this works. Because when I was starting off, it was hell showing up to the yoga mat. I didn't want to. For months, I didn't want to. Because I knew that, well, first of all, I wasn't used to it. It wasn't part of my life's patterning yet. I was feeling crappy and depressed and anxious already, so why would I want to show up and take care of myself? I don't feel like taking care of myself. But whenever I did, I never once regretted it. Never, not once, to this day. And now, years into the practice, it's automatic, like brushing my teeth. I don't have to worry about it. I show up for myself every day, and it's no problem. It's a time saver, not a time waster. It's not taken out of my day. How about yourself? And remind me, I know you're from Poland, but you have a what? Babusha. Babushka? Babushka.
Babushka is something. My grandma in Russian.
Can I call you Bo?
Yes.
I will eventually remember that you're the first person I've ever met with that name. So,
Yeah.
How are you feeling right now?
I feel lighter. Lighter, there's like definitely more oxygen. It's like just like everything is
Yes.
opening, and I definitely love the feeling of the pleasure that comes out of discomfort or whatever pressure you bring, because I do that a lot, so I know that there's always this point where you're like really here and feel this pleasure and it just wants to explode. You just have to like break it.
Yeah,
So,
totally. And that's
I like that you're talking about it.
And I'm glad that you're bringing that too, because also on the flip side of things, there's also people who relish and gain a lot of pleasure through their pain tolerance. This is the flip side. This is the side that don't get me wrong, there's no right way to live life ultimately, but this is kind of the way of potentially, there's a difference. It can get quite kinky, but if you're not too careful with it, you will damage your body. You will damage your mind.
No, it's more like the emotional release that you get through intensity. Sometimes that you feel emotional pain, and once you release that comes the amount of pleasure that sometimes you're afraid of. Can I hold?
Totally.
Yeah.
I've experienced
More
this.
of that.
I've experienced the line right between those two rounds too. I remember, I'll never forget it, it's when I really got totally hooked on yoga. I was with a yoga teacher and she always challenged us, like extremely. She would take a pose that she knew that you could do and hold for a long period of time because it's easy now for you, and make it extremely challenging and make you hold it for a long time. And I was holding it It was just a warrior two, I'm pretty sure it was a warrior two pose. And I was holding it for so long in the way of which she instructed, and longer and longer and longer. And I experienced so much pressure to the point where I'm like, I'm gonna hurt myself. I can feel my body about to go back. I can feel my nerves and the tension. I'm about to hurt myself. But something told me to hold on still. And when she came over to me and just was present with me for a moment, I all of a sudden erupted in laughter. Pleasure, the absolute extreme of what I was expecting, and the opposite side flooded my body. And then all of a sudden my body felt completely light and completely full of pleasure. And I felt like I could hold it for another set. But then your ego mind, your analytical reality mind comes back into it, and then you feel the pressure again. So I've yet to like stay in that realm. It's like I go into it for a second, be like, what the hell is going on out of my mind? And then back into reality again. And then she released the pose. That was awesome. Tony, how are you feeling?
Well, I'm a bit.
You're back and forth.
I've got quite a bit of like, I get detox symptoms pretty quick. So I'm feeling quite
nauseous.
heavy, and just because I've got so much in my neck. But when you were bringing up the breath before, this morning when I was in the kitchen, I was thinking, I've always just held my breath. I've never, and I was just thinking, I need to teach myself somehow, subconsciously, to make myself breathe all the time, because I always hold my breath. I never have enough oxygen. So it was interesting you talking about the breath before.
It literally took me 7 years to be able to master breathing on a regular basis, to the point where I can rest assured that it's now set into my deeper conscious memory banks that I will breathe well automatically. 7
when
years.
I do Kundalini yoga, Kundalini yoga, I feel amazing after that.
Yeah.
Because you're spending an hour and a half with like really full breath.
Right.
But then as soon as I'm back into my day, I'm not breathing.
Exactly.
And sometimes I go, wow, I think I've had a whole minute without one single breath.
It's very much relative to people who go to like religious organizations, temples, churches, synagogues, whatever it is, and they feel that holiness and that presence there. It's not about just being in one place though. That will create a handicap for you. You have to get that practice outside of the classroom, outside of the building.
It needs to integrate.
It needs to integrate, exactly. The only way that I ultimately know to do that though is to practice the yoga multiple times a day in different places, to the point where part of the practice is practice in public.
Exactly.
Experience the nervousness of what it's like to start stretching and breathing and doing qigong in broad daylight with other people. I remember the first time I did that too, and people looking at me and stuff like that. I'm like, what is he doing? I just have to remind myself, I'm taking care of myself. What are you doing? And then eventually at that point, you start to do it multiple points throughout your day, and then you start to do it when you don't even notice it. You're standing in line and you start to just rotate your hips or something like that, and you start to lean this way and that, and take bigger breaths. And then at that point, you're like, oh, this is happening now automatically, great. And you will notice all of your stress levels.
It's interesting when we do the holding the breath on each extreme. Like I do that a lot in Kundalini yoga as well, and I can do it for a very long period of time. But when I go from the out breath and holding that and then allowing oxygen back in, my body goes into full panic.
I know.
So it's really interesting just watching that and just trusting that you're not going to fall over.
Right, yeah. Well, that's why I say sometimes it gets worse before it gets better.
Oh yeah.
The energy or whatever releases, and we go into full panic mode because what's called like the demon circuit reconnects, and we're reminded of our pain. Because in order to truly heal or be healed, you basically have to go back in. This is my best theory, by the way. This isn't my scientific fact. But you have to experience like its equivalent, but consciously. And this is why I believe a lot of people don't do this. Like, why the heck would I put myself through trauma manually on purpose? It's because the first time you did it was unconsciously. You didn't realize it was happening. To go back into an experience consciously will be to reinvest that energy, but this time in a pressureful kind of way, in a conscious way, the way in which you're actually doing it for a purpose, for a reason. Then you have a positive association towards something, you had a negative association. You did what we call transmute. You have a new association towards that very same thing. Now, for once, what was taking your power is now empowering you. And we do that in X amount of ways for all sorts of different topics before you realize everything is here meant to empower you. Every single thing that you've ever experienced was just for you. Even if it was traumatic, even if it almost killed you, it was actually an investment in your true essence and your soul's purpose here. And then human self-mastery would be to realize that that's the truth 24/7 and always has been and always will be. And you feel so much more free. Will you still be challenged in life? Hell yeah. The challenges will never be done. But the difference will be now you'll stop resisting those challenges. Now you go into them much more consciously, without fear, without worry, without resistance. And you eventually they get to the point where Catherine and I are at now, whereas everything is either relatively easy or manageably challenging. There's no more hard anymore. Life isn't hard. It is challenging, yes, but it's manageable. It's not totally effortless. It's not completely easy, but it's relatively easy. You know, like I've been practicing teaching this now. It looks like it's coming out of me. I'm just pure channeling. It's totally effortless. And in a way, that's true. But this is relatively easy to me. I still have to show up. I still have to face the nerves of what if I mess up? What if something happens? You know, what if some expectations that met, you know, all these different things. They still come up. But the difference is now I know how to get through them much more quickly. Open up my mind, open up my heart, let the words come out, let the source spirit knowledge come out. And just trust that whoever is here to receive whatever they're here to receive will receive it. And the most of it you won't. And you'll just be like, he shouldn't even know what the hell he's talking about. I only remember a little bit. And that's why we keep coming back to the yoga classroom. I'll repeat a lot of this stuff many, many times, in many, many ways, to find a different angle that you learn the best from, that makes the most impression on your mind, that will stick with you and carry you on to whatever is next for you, to guarantee that you're in that ascension process, rather than this roller coaster, maybe I'm going up, maybe I'm going down, I don't know which way I'm going. But that certainty where you'll keep on coming back to it, because you're going to come down again. And what we're going to learn now, so we just warmed up the spine, body's feeling good. What we're going to learn now is how to neutralize. So I don't teach yoga and spiritual practices in order to get into exalted, enlightened states. If anything, I teach how to get into declining states and how to neutralize. Because most of my students, as I start out, are all new. And what I teach is like we're skiing or snowboarding. I don't know if you've ever done that, or even sledded, going down a slippery slope. Now, if you learn how to do that, or if you actually got lessons, the first thing they teach you to do is how to stop.
Nobody taught me that.
Then you need a better teacher. The objective of Zen, of self-mastery, is to be able to maintain a neutral state. Not a high state, not escaping a low state, but learning about how to neutralize in between those two poles. And we especially need this when we're going through awakening states, when we're in high vibrations, when we're going through a bipolarity, things like that, extremes. We need to learn how to neutralize and recognize there's a middle ground all the time. There's a nice neutral middle ground. And in that space, though you don't feel great, you also don't feel bad. You feel all right. You feel okay. And something about that state, though, feels subtly good. Feels strange. You can't quite put your finger on it. That's because you're in the essence of where everything is sitting right now. What is the universe on? What is this world on? What are you on, actually? Nothing. 10 minutes, that's flying by. That's okay. I'll use this 10 minutes to segue into the manifestation, because this is a good topic. What is this all on? Well, it's not on anything. The whole universe is sitting on nothing. Everything is on nothing. And what we're going towards and what will come from every which way. I don't care what you believe in. I don't care how many gods you've experienced or you've been in the light, it's like that. Ultimately, it's on nothing. But what is nothing? Well, nothing is essentially the awareness of nothing, the awareness of space, this pure neutral space that we're all existing in, this divine feminineness. That subtleness, you can always come back to, that nurturingness that's always there with you, that's holding you 24/7, holding your whole universe, holding the world, holding your body, holding everything you've ever known, ever will know, all the time. And holding, for lack of a better word, hovering, I don't know, you can't really describe it when there's no directionality to it. The best way to know is it's neutral space holding. And what we can do is we can tap into that awareness anytime we want and feel that subtle, strong relief, okayness, all rightness. We pull it back whenever we experience something we don't want in life. And I like to start with that part of the technique, is just to have gratitude that you know what you don't want versus what you do want. If you can stop focusing on what you don't want, instead pull it back to neutral and be like, I'm grateful for that because it gets me aware of that I want this, then you're in between the two poles. And that's where you want to be, because if you act upon poor feelings, poor thoughts, you're investing in them. I don't care if you're a freedom fighter or believe in holding the picket signs, protesting, fighting the good fight, right? Ultimately, everything is just energy. Whatever you act upon, you're investing in, one way or another. All energy creates. Doesn't matter if it's positive, negative, warm, peaceful, loving, hateful, it doesn't matter. If you're acting on it, you're investing in it. So instead of that, what we're going to do now is we're going to pull it all back to neutral, all back to stop. So Catherine showed you once before. I'm going to show you again because it's so incredibly important. Good standing posture. Okay? Using the space, the measuring tool of 2 fists together and bending at the knees, measuring out the space between our feet, 2 fist distance apart. From toes to heels parallel. And once you find that, slowly come back up. If you put your hands on your hips, on your shoulders, you'll recognize that's exactly hip distance apart. For women, sometimes it's a little bit more, so if you feel more comfortable, you can bring your feet out just another inch, because it's a little bit wider. Okay? Then we're going to lift our toes up. We're going to slowly shift our weight in circles. And believe it or not, even though we're going to go through the whole body, the easiest way to come back to neutral is to be where your feet are. So lifting up your toes now, circling, your brain that's always up here, focusing on out there, all of a sudden rushes back to, whoa, I'm feeling a little out of balance. What's going on down there? And all the awareness goes to the nerve endings in your feet. So rotating around and just feeling your balance shifting. You're also creating a vortex through this motion into your whole body. And what we're going to do is we're going to seal it up now, spiral smaller and smaller and smaller circles till you feel that even amount of pressure in both feet. Keep those toes lifted. Don't use your toes for balance, it's cheating. I mean, obviously you will use your toes for balance, but we want to center our awareness in that perfectly balanced place in both feet. And then we're going to inhale, reach the toes up and out. Exhale, pinky to big toe down, gripping the ground. And connect all of your awareness for a moment to your foundation. Just have gratitude. Isn't it great that the earth isn't just splitting apart underneath our feet so it like fall into a chasm? It could at any moment, literally. But it doesn't. Gratitude. And remember that the space beneath that, the universe, the solar system, everything, the space in which it's all being held is right underneath your feet right now. You are in this cosmic cradle and it is supporting you 24/7. Just remember, all you have to do is remember that. And then we build on top of that perfect, beyond perfect foundation. Up to the knees. We walk out our kneecaps just to notice what that feels like, but that adds excess tension to the connective tissues. So we soften the knees and lightly bend them. Then, for the human body, this to me is the most important part because it's the most forgotten part. We're going to tuck the pelvis under and forwards until we feel the engagement in the low abdomen. Okay? With that pelvis tucked, we're going to exhale and relax our arms, relax our hips and our glutes, all the way down to our legs to our feet. So now the foundation for the torso and the head, shoulders, neck, and arms are set. Even amount of pressure in the feet, knees slightly bent, pelvis tucking under and forwards. Then inhale and pull the navel in and up the spine. Hold that breath and exhale, relax once again, holding the navel in and up. Hips, glutes, legs, feet. Clearing the lungs. Then to the heart center. Navel and up, heart center lifts. Shoulders back and down. Exhale, round your arms forwards. Soften your side body, your hips, glutes, legs, and feet. Then we're going to touch the tip of the tongue up against your upper palate behind your teeth. Right there. And inhale, lift up from the crown. Shift the head back. Chin slightly to your chest. It's okay to give yourself a double chin here. Exhale and relax your head, jaw, neck, shoulders, arms, sides, hips, glutes, legs, feet. And study this. I'm going to go around really quickly and just make sure you're in line. Okay, so this is the most common one. You're leaning back. So when your chest lifts, it causes you to lean back. I want you to think about the cord from the center of your chest. Perfect. Lifting you up like that. Your head can come forward just a little bit. Yep. That's ear, over shoulder, over hip, over knee, over ankle. Straight line. The earth is now holding your weight, not your muscles. Perfect, honey. Same here, a little bit. Think about that line in your chest, lifting you up, 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 up. Yeah, not bending back though. It's about upwards motion. It's about the connection of the spine, not the connection of the chest. So it's like straight up there, good. Ear, over shoulder, over hip, over knee, over ankle. Study this. It might cause, it's a little bit of pressure. And then you're starting to come back. No. Think about your whole spine, not just your chest. Think about as if I could grab your spinal column in the middle of your chest and pull it straight up. There you go. Breathe into that. Breathe, breathe, breathe. Soften. At first, it's a workout. At first, you're like, geez, this is really intense. Seriously, the most important thing for us as human beings, besides presence and breath, is our posture. It'll take you a while to master just that. So now we're going to generate some chi. So with your hands rounded in front of your body, not too much bend in the elbows, not too straight, but this round shape in between the arms. We're going to breathe in and expand the space between your hands and arms a little bit. Exhale out your nose this time and contract the space between your hands and arms. I want you to use your imagination now. As you inhale through your nose, expand the energy as if you had a ball inflating in front of you, a ball made of life, of light, of life force. And as you exhale, you're pressing and condensing that ball smaller. I want you to use your imagination and inhale and feel that ball press against your palms as it expands. And then as you exhale, I want you to press back, breathing out your nose, and just for a moment, feel the weight. It's a little something more than air in there. Inhale, expand. Exhale, contract and condense. And I want you to think, if you can, as you inhale, not just your hands and arms expand, but everything expands from the different hemispheres to the sides of your spine. Your whole body expands outwards on the inhale. And then exhale, press on that chi ball, and everything contracts back to your center. You'll start to notice some warmth filling your hands, or maybe even these white spots start to fill up your hands. All of your energy, all of your attention, blood flow is all being directed to this space in the palms of your hands. Let's go 2 more big breaths. One more big breath. Good. Now hold the chi that you cultivated. Doesn't matter a little or a lot. What we're going to do now, we're going to use this chi and we're going to keep coming back to it. So first, let's strengthen our aura. So this aura is floating off of your body a few inches, maybe more, maybe less, but you can feel it. So what I want you to do is bring your hands to the front of that ball and guide it into your lower abdomen until you feel your hands without them touching your body. You feel that there's something touching in between. Then you're going to smooth out your aura. So inhale, bring your hands up the chest, up the head. Then we're going to bring it back behind the head. And then around both sides of your arms as you come down. We're going to bring it underneath the armpits. From the mid to mid back, we're going to exhale and slowly hover the hands over the low back, over the glutes, all the way down the backs of the legs. Breathing out. Bring around the fronts of your feet, palms still facing the body, and inhale back up the fronts of the legs. Exhale back to ready position. Cultivate a little more chi. If you need to yawn, yawn, but otherwise keep breathing in and out your nose. Okay, we've cultivated a little bit more chi. Now we're going to bring our hands to the top of that energy ball. We're going to exhale, press it down into our groin, and then to the insides of the legs, breathing out. I want you to lean and open up the bottoms of your feet. Press some chi underneath the soles of your feet. Round around the outsides. Tip to the opposite side, stretch it underneath. And then inhale up the outsides of your legs. To underneath your armpits. And then back over your shoulders. Inhale. Bring it around your arms. Up and over your head. Direct it down your upper back. You might not be able to reach, but think about it going down your upper back. And then inhale or exhale, whichever we're on, up and overhead. And exhale, let's come back down to ready position. Cultivating more chi. We're almost done. So we would normally do that maybe 3 to 9 times. For time's sake, now we're just going to get into the Troya energy field. So this is our empathic body. This is the bigger you. This is the thing that connects your inner and outer world. We're going to inhale and bring that chi into the central channel, the middle of the torus, and up and overhead. Keep breathing in and stretch your whole body. And then soften your shoulders and exhale the arms down the outsides. Inhale, energy up to the midline. Exhale down the outsides. Now we have this giant toroidal donut-shaped energy field surrounding the body. This is the thing that enables us to be empathic with one another, feel each other's feelings, and even read each other's thoughts. But if we have a block in the central nervous channel, or we're not practiced in making sure that this energy field is evened out, you're going to be more or less subject to other people's thoughts and feelings. And they subject to yours as well. What we're doing right now is we're just neutralizing. So what I want you to do is on the inhale, visualize a fire burning through your physical body, burning through your emotional body, burning through your mental body, burning everything up. And then exhale out the smoke, and the smoke and ash, just settle back down to earth, gone from this world. Inhale again. Maybe you remember something else that's bothering you. Burn it up. Exhale, let it go. You'll do this so many times. We're just neutralizing, letting go, coming back to zero. Moving slowly and rhythmically with our breath in the flow of the toroidal energy field. Inhale up to your heart center, and then we'll exhale and reverse the direction. Breathe out, hands moving down the midline. Inhale as if evaporating water. Breathe in and float the arms up and overhead. Shift your gaze up to meet your hands. Condensing into clouds, we're going to exhale and rain down conscious energy through the body, scanning. Feeling head, jaw, neck, shoulders, arms, side body, chest and back, belly, down to the hips, glutes, legs, and feet. This is what I call positive neutrality. You're exhaling and filling up your body with conscious energy, just simply presence, and making your nerves fire from head to foot slowly. Nothing good about it, nothing bad about it. Something about it feels subtly great. Two more breaths just like that. Visualize the water floating up and raining down, washing over your physical body, bringing you back clean and pure into this reality. One more time. And then palm over the low abdomen. Take a moment to check in. Observe. If you're still feeling any discomfort, If you would adjust your body, direct your breath, do what you can to feel as much relaxation as possible. If you like, you can bring your arms down, you can even lie down. We're just going to take a moment to relax in a little Shavasana pose. Just let all the energy move to where it needs to go. And gently blink the eyes open. And there's so much more where that came from. I could take this in so many different directions, but that is the foundation of true yoga and conscious fitness. We essentially apply those same techniques to all different yoga forms, all different Qigong forms, and then even moving into Pilates, calisthenics, weight training, sports even. Doing everything consciously and not necessarily to win, except in the idea of longevity for yourself. Recognizing that if you can be of service to yourself in the long term, decades, centuries, millennia, that you can be of service to all of mankind. However, it prefers to. It's not your responsibility. Your responsibility is you and your universe. You just did the greatest thing that you can do, not just for yourself, but in every single space that you enter, until it wears off and you get back into your human drama again and come back to the practice over and over and over. Eventually, the spirit, the essence of what is your perfectness and your human experience will seem as one. And that's what we're going for. Thank you very much. Namaste. The light of the life force in me honors the light of the life force in you.
So we're going to have a little 5-minute break.
Okay.
Before we come back in. So if you need to use the bathroom, have a drink, we've got some juice. And if anybody would like to come up on the screen and just say hi for a minute or two, you're welcome. Otherwise, anyone watching at home, have yourselves a little 5-minute break. And we have got manifestation with Jesse very shortly. So I'm just going to leave you with that for the moment. Yeah.
Let me plug this in.
And anyone at home, please feel free to share with us what brings you joy.
Yeah, 5-minute break.
Feel free to hang out in the comments section. And we'll see you shortly.
Oh, great. Thank you. Okay, perfect.
No, the air was good, but it's very hard. And it's not good for the person, it's not good for the body. But they cannot help other, we literally cannot normal come up. So when I saw what he's doing, that we did like this hard come up one time, I'm like, because then my horse wants to go the same way. She's got speed, like I can hold her a little bit, but she's not gonna go. Yeah, I always like it. So then I'm like, okay, you go in the back, I'm going in the front, and I didn't go up what I like, and I can control it like the horse. So we're together, and that's just like, and then so he cannot, so he just stands there until I get someone far enough. So then he just.
Oh my goodness. Wait, no way. What?
We already know each other, that's crazy.
What did you see? You communicated that.
Yeah, because we're talking. There was some, I think some live or whatever that we were doing, and I was listening to it or somewhere. I don't remember anything.
Wow.
And I was like, oh
That was
years ago.
That was back when we were in South Africa. That was our big course. We actually turned that course into a book. Catherine turned it into a book and we published it. So if you're still interested, now you can buy it for a lot more affordable than that course was. Yeah, wow, that's really interesting. Yeah, that's nice. That's amazing.
At the end, we all ended up, well, I've been in Egypt, like, it's like literally 4 years ago, I came for the first time to Egypt.
And it's really interesting too, because the first person that I ever experienced this with was from Peru. When we met her unexpectedly in Peru, she's Peruvian.
Yeah.
But she knew about us from way before, and we had conversations, and I was like,
Yeah.
That's
And
really interesting.
and we met here on a faluka
Yeah.
from my friend here, on the Nile. And I invited her today, and we have this now all together.
Wow.
Yeah.
I love, yeah, it's like, this is what joy is to me. Joy is when your body is obviously consciously in alignment with your soul. Yeah. Exactly. Thank you, Catherine. So cool. Yeah. It's like you can entertain that everything is in alignment in the perfect place and perfect time. You can gain awareness that must be so, but it doesn't mean that it ever becomes more like obviously so. But when things like that
We're
happen,
obviously meant to be here
it's like,
together.
oh,
right
okay,
now.
clearly. Because what are the odds, right? Impossible.
My mother calls it divine appointment.
Divine appointment. Yeah. It's
Can I have some juice? Oh, they're saying there's some juice available. I got some orange right now.
yeah, there's some juice. Wait, I'll also got some beets.
Somebody's here. Or is it guys?
This is Tony's place. Now, Catherine and I spent the last 5 years driving here from the United States. We drove all the way through Central and South America. That's how that's proven. We shipped over the ocean. Truck. The truck that's parked out there was bought in the United States.
Wow. That's crazy.
So this is our 26th country in 5 years.
Yeah.
You guys want some dates and shoes?
Right. We're still online, so we need to get back and sit down, but we can chat afterwards. Jesse, is this the next bit, is this physical or are we sitting down?
We're seated down, but we will stand up, but still bring the primary focus to the seat.
Okay, so maybe we can bring these down to have on the ground. So,
Definitely. May I have a little bit of this too?
yeah, of course. Yeah, that's not juice, that one, the juice is in the,
Yeah. I put some juice in here. I'm gonna mix it with this.
yeah, that's how this is. All right, welcome back. We will be diving back into our chat with Jesse about manifestation in about 1 minute. Just getting into it. And actually, while we're waiting, I'm just going to briefly share with you Jesse and Catherine from Full Circle Phenomenal are putting on a Move, Flow, Elevate festival in Cairo. So that's coming up on the 23rd and the 24th of May. And I'm going to be coming up for that too. So that's super exciting. It's in our Cairo hometown of beautiful Mardi at Kemet House. And so there's going to be a 2-day festival with lots of flow arts. If you're not sure what flow arts are, it includes various like circus props, basically props that you're moving around the body, as well as moving in flow. So we'll be doing some poi and qigong and staff spinning and fans and juggling and all sorts of cool stuff. So I think this schedule is about 95% complete, and that will be released on the various social media channels for Full Circle Phenomenal, and I'll be sharing it on my social media channels as well. So there's some really beautiful facilitators happening up there. Oh yeah, that's me. And yeah, so if you're in Cairo around that time, we would love to see you there. Yeah, so we've got quite a lot of facilitators, so it's going to be really beautiful. And if you've been to Kemet House, it's yeah, it's a really gorgeous space. So yeah, are we ready to roll?
Right.
We're ready to roll. We're just having a little snack.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's really tough for me to teach just like 1 hour's worth of yoga and qigong. And my body's like, I'm ready. Like, that was the warm up. Now I'm ready to go. I can easily go for another hour. But we'll apply all that energy now into the non-physical realm of things. They're becoming the physical realm of things. So this next section is manifestation. And we'll go right into it just to start off with, just like the word yoga. How do you associate the word manifestation? What is manifestation? Go for 4 for 4 now. You're on it. I beyond believe that you have the answer.
Manifestation, I guess, potentially bringing things from thoughts or visions or dreams into this physical realm, and generally speaking.
Let me turn on this. Let me make sure. Oh, Catherine. Oh, I took it. Sorry. I want to record this too.
All right, folks, we will be back in a minute. Technical issues. We need to record these because so we've got another camera doing the recording and audio recording for these, and we will be editing that for use later. So if you want to stay in touch about all of those media, all of those forms of media, it's going to be turned into online workshops and courses and things like that. So you can connect with me at tjoni.j, scrolling across your screen right now at the bottom, and I'll make sure that you have a connection with that. All of our beautiful bits of content, wellness, creativity, all the bits.
Okay.
Am I good? Am I good? Am I good?
So that's right on, Wendy. Say that one more time. Manifestation.
Yes, I believe basically taking things that we might imagine, dream, visions, thoughts, and channeling that energy into creating here in this physical realm.
Okay, what do you think?
Thank you, the same.
Yeah.
Entering the space, well, the more you enter the space of present moment, the more faster you manifest, because there's nothing historical manifestation, then it comes from faster and faster, but it's actually like whatever you think about it pops up.
Yeah.
Fast in your life, you create that.
Yeah, so yes, see, it's kind of funny because it's a little bit of a paradox. So I'm going to talk about the two sides of the things here. The way that you described it is right on, but I would define that more as achieving. Like, whether you believe in manifestation or your powers of spiritual bringing into this world, everybody more or less realizes that everything in our physical realm started off as an idea. How enthusiastic that idea was, I don't know. But everything, this didn't pop into reality just like, boop. No, someone had an idea about paper and about clipboards and stuff like that, and they put it together one way or another. But what you're saying is a little bit more of what I'm talking about. Achievement being the more masculine side, manifestation being more the feminine side. The masculine side is the doing. Like, you had an idea and you put it into action until it came into this physical world. Whereas manifestation, feminine, is the vibration was shifted and then boom, there it was. I'm not saying that there isn't a realistic, but imagine if I could just picture this clipboard and then someone walks in from outside and has a clipboard in their hand. That's a manifestation. Whereas an achievement would be like, well, since I already know clipboards exist, I would save up the money, I would go to the store, I would buy it, and I would bring it back here.
Action, effort.
Achieving. I achieved bringing this clipboard into reality. If someone were to walk into it the second I thought and felt about it, that would be manifestation. That's the two differences. And they go hand in hand with each other, because being able to manifest well is an achievement.
I would add to that and say it's
Yeah.
the bridge between energy and physicality, and that can be coming from mental, physical, emotional, and spiritual
Totally.
energy, because we can be subconsciously manifesting physically illnesses and things like that based on our emotions. So
Yeah.
it's simply the bridge between energy versus physicality.
Yeah, no. But you guys are epic students, by the way. Like, seriously, right on. Yeah, exactly. Manifestation doesn't necessarily have, it's not always a positive manifestation or a harmonious manifestation. We could have,
Conscious.
or conscious, exactly. And this is the real tricky thing. So, man, this is such a big, I'm just going to jump into the actual topic at hand. Catherine and I, okay, first of all, a little bit of backstory for me. I've always been a person of a decent amount of confidence, I used to call it. But I didn't like the idea of needing to work, call it a millennial disease. But I didn't like the idea of needing to do a 9 to 5 in order to achieve the things that I wanted. I did my best, but I did as many ways to get around it as possible. I unconsciously manifested a decent amount of money going into college. And I stretched that money out for 12, 13 years, working as minimally as I could so that I can enjoy my life as much as possible and have to experience as much as I could. But I didn't have any sort of spiritual background, no sort of religious background, purely scientific, purely left brain. I just worked that money and I made it last. I didn't realize I manifested it, but I full on manifested it. Then when I had a few years, when that money was dwindling, I had my first awakening and spiritual experience. And some of them were really beautiful and enlightening and gorgeous, but this one in particular started off as the worst thing, because what I did was we went into that nothingness, into that pure divine feminine spaciousness, and recognized I didn't exist, and recognized nothing mattered, and recognizing reality was a lie, But the one thing that wasn't a lie was that I was still conscious. I was consciousness. We are all consciousness. Fundamentally, you're not your body, you're the conscious awareness of the body. And same with every single object that we can name. It's not actually its egoic label that we, as human beings, have one way or another turned into these English words or whatever language you speak and call it that thing. Fundamentally, it's just I'm consciously aware of that thing. And that is the grounds of our entire existence. And when you have that realization, as I did, you recognize anything you keep thinking about is going to happen. All you have to do is keep thinking about it. And then the body will either spring into action and achieve it, or the vibration will have shifted, which will actually just pull it into reality. And I knew that was the case now. It wasn't something that was taught to me or theorized, someone introduced to me. I knew it was the truth. And so much so that I can tell you some crazy stories of the things that I did, but we're not going to get into that. But I went, during that time, I was still very motivated. So what was introduced to me was like a box series of Tony Robbins audiobooks, and he's all about goals and achieving goals and stuff like that. At a certain point, though, when I was so good at manifesting, they weren't goals anymore. They were what I called at the time future. What do I call it? Not future predictions, future projections. I was projecting into the future what I was going to have to experience. And I was totally confident to the point where, as I was writing it, I don't know if you've ever seen the movie or read the book Inkheart, but it's about a guy who whatever he writes down turns into reality. And I literally have had that experience. Yeah, spelling out, exactly, spelling out the words, magic. And so when I got into yoga, because of this massively enlightening experience, I was gone from my body, and it took a tremendous amount of energy and work to ground back into reality, ground back into my body. And so I started to learn yoga and teach yoga. But I also wanted to give them what like Tony Robbins gave me, but in a new way that gave people even more assurance. Because goals are something that aren't here and now. There's something about the future that maybe will happen. Same as like New Year's resolutions. It's like you're acknowledging in the present moment that these things aren't with you now, right? They are in the future, you hope, if you work hard enough or try hard enough, right? There's a big maybe energy unconsciously attached to goals. So it's like, I need a different word than goals. So I start off with future projections. I'm projecting into the future what it is going to happen. But then that became so consistent when I got with Catherine and she was practicing with me, that they became future observations. Because it's simultaneously what we're going to be practicing and learning about manifestation is everything is happening now. All the things that you desire are actually happening right now. They might be in their infant stages, but I guarantee you that they are already happening. Just the same as the acorn is already the oak tree, but it's in its infant stage, or the sprout is already the oak tree, or the sprout is already giving acorns. They're in different stages, but they're all interconnected. They all insinuate one another. So you already have an infinite amount of thought seeds, I call them. Every single one of your thoughts is a seed being planted. Every single time you speak them or write them down, you are spelling them into reality. Now, we get into a whole nother lesson as to like the potency of the magic of using it. But nonetheless, you're either using a little bit or a lot of magic every moment of every single day with your thoughts, with your speech, and with your writing. So we must practice this one way or another. You're going to keep getting the culmination of all of your conscious or unconscious thinking. It has already manifested. You could say that your projection of our reality now is a culmination of all the thoughts and the feelings that you've acted upon up until now, even in your youth, even when you were a baby. Whether you were conscious of them or not, still you acted as a baby. Different things, maybe even before that, maybe you chose your parents, like how it can start going into beliefs beyond this life. We won't get into that. But one way or another, all of your thoughts, perceptions, and your feelings that you've acted upon have all culminated into this moment, as well as all the thoughts and feelings from the past and this moment onwards will manifest into your future. We call that the future, but when it gets here, it will be now. So it's continuing now, and we need to start committing to now. So we did the yoga and qigong practice. That's learning about how to be in the now and how to neutralize the now. As in, try not to think about it in a positive sense, try not to think about it in a negative sense. Try to just be in it and observe it. Just study it. Just let the information come to you. And you decide, yes, act upon it. No, don't act upon it. This is another technique called binary consciousness. We can teach another course on. But basically, 1, yes, action, no, 0, no action. And just doing that over and over and over and over. But where are we going? What are you achieving? Are they really your desires, or are there someone else's desires planted into you? How do we know what we want? What is our reality as it stands right now? Who says who? Well, we don't know except from what our parents told us, what society told us, what the TV told us. You're completely brainwashed, and you're manifesting further reality that's basically coincided with basically everyone else's reality. Not necessarily yours, though. How much of it is actually yours? It's hard to say. How much were your parents lenient with you, with believing in your dreams, with you, and encouraging you with your dreams? For most of us, not very much. Why? Because our parents weren't living their dreams. So unless you're living your own dreams, you're not going to be led into living yours. Prana is set. Our daughter, she's set. She's got 2 parents living their dreams, and they know how to do it. So she's set. But there's not very many of us who had that opportunity. So I recognize this is the greatest thing I can give someone or teach someone is how there is a scientific method of being able to create your dreams into reality, how you're beyond worthy of that. It's your birthright, is what you're here meant to do, as long as you can define it. If you can define it and see it clearly in your mind's eye to the point of being able to feel like it's real, it's already a reality. So what is reality? Okay. So reality, as far as we're aware, is anything that you can conceptualize, see, and touch. So I could even argue that the yoga mat isn't a reality until I reach out and I can touch it, right? But then I can also go into my mind and remember that and get so immersed in that visualization that I can feel it in between my fingers. Even though I'm reaching, I'm not touching anything. It's like, oh, I can still feel it there, right? So I'm making the brain fire, and the brain ultimately, we've proven, doesn't know the difference between what is actually real and what is vividly imagined. That's good news, because that means anything that you can see and feel is already a reality. It just might not have enough thought energy invested in it enough to ground into tangible reality yet. So we created, Catherine and I created this worksheet, and I'm going to hand them out to you guys now. Tony, I'll have to get you another one. Well, actually, you know what? Take this one. I will give you this one in a moment as soon as I give an example, because I've done this so many times, it doesn't matter. I've literally done this well over 100 times. Yeah, to the point now where I know what everything going for. Everything that is becoming. So future observations, this worksheet, this is the ultimate foundational practice to manifest / achieve your dreams. So we're going to go just to the first page. All right, introduction. The following activity is the manuscript for creating your future. Now, in clear handwritten detail. A skill to be developed. Notice how that's bold. A skill to be developed. Now, right here with this worksheet, this is what we prescribe to practically all of our students from the get-go. Because we don't realize that a lot of people who achieve their dreams, I think we get our wires crossed and think they always had that in mind. Like they could have always defined it even as a kid. Because we observe people who achieve their dreams, they're usually pretty steadfast in what they want from the get-go. Not all the time though. Why? Because it's a skill to be developed. I was fortunate to be dealt a good hand in this life, but that didn't mean that I had all the skills already developed to be able to be where I am at today. No, and I'm certain that no one does. There's some people have the push or the drive, the spirit in this to keep developing the skill. So this is the foundation of your dream life reality, and it's going to be a skill to be practiced. You're not going to do this once. This isn't something spiritual, blah, 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 that we're going to all have fun and put a dream board and shit together and maybe we'll achieve it, maybe we won't. No, this is a skill. It is crucial to be as detail-oriented as possible. Write so detailed that another person could read and clearly picture your projected reality. Does that make sense? As in, what you see in your mind's eye, you need to write out with enough detail that if you were to speak it to someone out loud or they were to read it, they would picture it in their mind's eye. Okay. Not only can it be pictured in vivid detail, but it also evokes strong feelings within you and those you share it with. This is the fundamental key to manifestation and achievement in life. Do this activity at least once every 3 months, minimum. There have been times where I did them every day for weeks, but minimum once every 3 months. Okay. Let's go on to the instruction. Each section provides space to write directly within this booklet. Write out your every desire, leaving a little space around each desire for refinement, as in don't fill up the page so much that you can't put anything, leave space. You're writing it in the present tense as if it were a reality already. It is necessary that you use present tense terminology here, as we only ever exist in the eternal moment of now. Practice seeing, feeling, and practically knowing that everything you want, you already have. For if we project wanting into our universe, we are simultaneously projecting that we do not have whatever it is, thus manifesting the circumstances that assist the wanting of it rather than the having of it. And this is the line between reality and surreality. The line between your level-headed, analytical, ego-conscious mind telling you what reality is and the realm of your dreams, which is not real, which is weird. When you wake up from your bed, you're like, how the hell did I ever believe that was real? Because it felt so real. This line of it, this muscle, I call this subtle mental emotional muscle, where you're going to be interrupting your own mind over and over and over. The second it says, but that's not real, or that will never happen, or it happens so So when it's big and loud and obvious, they call it this sabotager. I believe it's like, we all have like an inner sabotager or
Saboteur.
huh? Saboteur, yeah. And the primary thing that we're going to be learning is not just developing the skill of being able to write out clearly what we desire, but also interrupting that little thing. Because part of that thing is helping you stay in reality, but part of that thing is also stagnating your reality and leading you nowhere, leading you basically into what everyone else wants to be. Basically, don't live your dreams. Stay with us. Stay miserable. You know. All right. Projecting that we do have these things with clarity and enthusiasm, even staged enthusiasm, as in even if you have to fake it, enables the universe to deliver those things in complementary vibrations, steps to take into your reality. Again, this is a skill to practice that you will get steadily better at. There's truly no greater skill than this. Do your best and let go of the rest. Take a few deep breaths, take your time, recommended 1 to 2 hours or 15 to 30 minutes per section. And remember to have fun. Get creative, imaginative, and design your reality with no limitations. Think as if you were a kid again, with little to no constraint nor judgment. Okay, so when I was really getting into this, I recognized how many different aspects of our lives that we had, but I couldn't let it be too complicated, or else this sort of task would feel way overbearing and overwhelming. It's like when you start to get into stuff, you're like, okay, first of all, if you're spiritually minded, you're like, why should I ever think that I need to do all of this stuff? This is like trying to control my reality, right? And that's not necessarily a good practice to do. But on the other side, you recognize, well, I have free will, and I can go to the store and get the snack that I want. I do have this ability to influence my reality a little bit to a lot of it. Where does that line end? How much influence, how much free will do I actually have? And so after years of practice and clarity, I was able to sum it up into 4 different sections to make it as clear and clean and simple as possible. And those sections are physical things. Get all of the material desires out of the way. We all have them. We all want stuff for the most part. Maybe we want a lot of things, maybe we want a few things, but we all want stuff. What physical things do you have? Second section, experiences. What do you see yourself experiencing? Third section, relationships. What sort of relationships do you have? And this is with everything, not just people, but animals, plants, non-physical entities, God, so on. And then finally, 4th section, as a person, you as an individual, what or who have you become? Right? And they all have ties in with each other. Sometimes you'll write something out and it'll fit into multiple sections, right? And that's good. It all helps to develop this overarching vision. Also, we write out these 4 sections, both pages, or as much as possible, so that you have something to think about and be motivated by, and have lots of different things to either think about consistently and work to achieve, or think about once or twice, shift the vibration, and then forget about it in order to manifest it into reality while you're busy thinking about all the other things. We want to occupy our mind, our 40,000 plus thoughts a day, and we want to master that, the ability to influence every single one. I can tell you that when I first started this practice, or in fact, before I started this, back when my awakening, I maybe had influence over my thoughts half the time at best. Most of the time, they're just completely run amok. I can tell you, after decades of experience, 95 to 99% of my 40,000 thoughts a day are I am influencing, I am directing. And I can observe directing them and talk to you at the same time, and not have that energy feedback causing me anxiety or nervousness. I can keep streaming my thoughts and my speech simultaneously 99% of the time. I'm not saying it's 100% mastered, but practically, in comparison, your average person is basically mastered. But I go through my organic, we can't control everything, right? I can't control everything. I can't control even all the thoughts that come in, but I can learn to observe them and direct them. Yes, you can come in and be a part of my reality, or no, you're out. And I've done that tediously hundreds of thousands, if not millions of times at this point over the last 12 years, to the point now where more or less my mind garden is flourishing, and my reality, my life is now a direct result of that. I don't have any problems anymore. I don't get sick anymore. I'm not afraid at all of anyone or anything. Everything is in life is more or less good. It's not great all the time. And it's not good all the time, but it's more about it hovers around good 99% of the time. And then I just keep projecting that it's getting better, because I also study that this is the way that the universe works. Everything is constantly evolving, getting better. Because if it's not, it's leaving, it's going out, it's dying. So if I'm living and constantly investing in my life and my health, my life and my reality, as well as those around me, just keep getting better. There's a 3-step process into manifestation. Thank you for making it through to this part of the video. I know I talk a lot. This is big time mental yoga. 3-part process. And you'll hear about these. Everyone has different manifestation techniques. I think that they all have merit to them. But once again, I've done my best to simplify it as much as possible to a 3-step process. 1 is this. Can you see it and feel it clearly in your mind's eye? That's step 1. Step 2 is, can you feel worthy of it? Or do you believe that you can have it, will have it? Do you need permission from God? Or do you need permission from something? I'm not saying that's a wrong way. Pray. Feel worthy of it. Feel like it's okay for you to have and to receive. Because what a lot of people don't realize subconsciously is they block themselves at that. They write up their vision board, stuff like that, but then they're not aware of all the different subconscious things that were forced upon them or that they put into themselves that actually make them feel unworthy of having it. So on one hand, they're playing tug of war with themselves. I have my desires on this side and my unwillingness to receive them on the other side. Because, we might be taught, through Buddhism, we're not supposed to have desires, but that we're going to have them anyways. So this is the flip side of that. I'm saying give in to all of your desires and learn about how to remove all the blockages of all the things that say you can't have them. Because then the third and final step, which is simultaneously the easiest and the hardest step, which is do nothing. Allow. You don't make the acorn grow into the oak tree. It does it itself. It happens automatically. You don't go into the garden. It's the same as the expression, a watch toaster never pops. You just put the toast in the toaster and put the thing down. You don't make it toast, and you don't make it pop. And then when you eat it, you don't make your stomach digest it and all of that stuff. Almost everything is in the hands of God, Source, Spirit, Universe. It's in something much, much, much greater than our ego minds could ever comprehend. So just forget about it and just let it happen, and it will manifest. This is why manifesting for other people is a lot easier than manifesting for yourself. Because with yourself, let's say I want something, I'm constant with myself and I'm constant with that want. I'm constantly blocking it from coming to me. But for other people, like, I want this. Like, oh, okay, I can visualize that. I can see that you are deserving of that, I'm worthy of that. Boom. And then I can let go of it because I'm not with you anymore and I'm not attached to your outcome. So then it helps other people to manifest. So, and also too, small things are easy to manifest. For example, I was wanting to learn how to swim better. I'm a decent swimmer, but I was like, I want to get really good at swimming. And so I was learning techniques. I got a gym membership that had a pool and learning about different strokes and studying tutorials and stuff like that. And then I was like, you know what? I want to practice swimming really good with flippers. Because I like the speed and the power that flippers give me. And so I got the pair of flippers and I did that. And then I'm thinking, what would be really cool? I don't even know if this exists, but do they make flippers for your hands? Lead gloves? Lead gloves? So do they make that? That would be really cool to have. I could see it, I could feel it. I was beyond imagine, and I actually felt worthy of it. Literally the next day, seated right on my lane, no one else around, are a pair of webbed, gloved, flipper hand things on my lane that fit my hands perfectly. Crazy. Less than 24 hours. But it was because it was like a little thing, you know? I saw it, I felt it, it was clear, I already showed myself that I was worthy of this stuff, and I totally allowed it. And boom, I didn't know they were invented. I didn't invent them. It just appeared. No one even delivered them to me. They were just right there. And I saw them, and I was like, and I could feel that they were what they were before I even got to them. And I was like, no way. And I went over to it, and I was just like, and I put it on, I'm like, I still have them, I'm pretty sure, back in Oregon. But yeah, really, really cool. I didn't turn them into the lost and found or anything. I was like, these are mine. Manifest. And we do often say that. Because Catherine and I experience a lot of manifestation when we know we didn't achieve the thing, but we shift the vibration and we put it in, and boom, lo and behold, there it was.
There's been some right on that line of like, did I manifest this or was it preconceived? Like full on.
Like when you
Okay.
said you guys talk about the future observations and future projections.
Yeah, and how they kind of blend in
Yeah,
together.
yeah.
Like there's been some moments that have just blown my mind. I've been like, I literally had a dream about this. And I have had moments where like, I actually did have a dream about this. And then later it happens and it's like, I get this deja vu feeling, but it's not deja vu because I remembered the dream that I had about it just like a week ago or whatever, like however long.
We can easily go into that realm and then get lost in that realm because preconception, telekinesis, telepathy, all these ones start to stem into the same realm of manifestation, for sure. There's not a whole lot of difference between preconception and manifestation, but you'd say preconception might be defined as the reality was already there, whereas manifestation is you plugged it into reality. You achieved the manifestation, you made it happen. You shift your timeline from one preconception to a new one. You know what I mean? Like preconception would be like the route of least resistance, what isn't for you, and then manifestation is, now that's what's in the future for me. You know what I mean? Yeah. You do that so many times, like sync up together. The universe is like, okay, I get it. You almost like have to sometimes force the universe into a corner. The universe isn't necessarily always divinely intelligent. It's a culmination of all of our intelligence. And I don't know if you've looked around, there's not a shit ton of intelligent beings around. The universe kind of acts like a baby in a lot of ways. Like very, very smart sometimes, but also very playful and childish and just kind of not thinking in other times. It's like, this is what you were putting off, so therefore this is what I gave you. And then you have to discipline it by disciplining yourself. And then you get to a point where you're like, no, this is the worthy part. You say, no, I'm certain that this is what I want. I'm certain this is what I'm going for, and I'm not going to give up on it. That's the achievement realm. But it could easily flop into, in time, you get so good at achieving that the universe is like, all right, yeah, and I'll just manifest it to you because you know that you have in your mind that real difference between the body achieving and the non-physical body just delivering. You know, they go hand in hand with each other. And that's what we want to get to. We like to feel our free will. We like to achieve things and put the pressure into ourselves to get stuff done. But we also like to experience the magic of you don't have to do anything. It is here, you know, done. This is your dream. You can have whatever you want. Just the same as when you're asleep. Think about it and it is done. Ask for it and it is done. Where the line is between those two realms, though, I don't know. That's kind of for your individual to discover for yourself. I'm still experiencing it. I can't really tell you.
Well, we have the road trip timeline, which is kind of like the next step towards that. So this worksheet we created, basically it used to not be a worksheet. It used to be just something that Jesse and I would do on a notepad and paper. And we used to call it goals, and then it became future projections. And then we're like, wait a second, future projection is still saying that it's not here and now, so we're still taking our power, like, in a way. So we're gonna call, I had to turn the volume down because we were hearing the live stream.
Okay, gotcha.
We're live streaming our live stream. So it became then future observations, as in this current moment, I am observing that this is happening, even though it's technically like a future moment, like a future memory, same part of the brain that we use when we're remembering a dream or remembering a memory that actually happened, that we're using that same part of the brain to project into the future. So we can cultivate those feelings of joy and of everything that you're feeling with the things that you want to achieve, even if it hasn't yet become, as if it has become right now, and that's how you get into that manifesting portal. But this is the first worksheet, and then after this is like complete and well practiced, and you're reading through it like every day. It's like an integral part of your like morning yoga, and you read this and you work on it, fine-tune more details. Then we create what we call a road trip timeline. So similar to a road trip, like if you were to drive across the United States from the west side to the east side, you would probably check mark certain stops along the way that you either want to see for leisure reasons or to fuel up and get gas, or to stop and have a break.
Necessary places that you will go to before you get to your destination.
Yeah, and so the road trip timeline is very much like this, where we put in future observations. This is going to have a lot of future observations, physical things, could be professional things, could be like everything. And you can make a road trip timeline for different things within your future observations, where like, say you want to have a super fit body. You have point A, which is where you're at right now, and then point end, which is where you finish. And then you find the middle point and be like, okay, what is it going to look like in the middle of my progress? And at what date, you put like an actual date there, like by what time are you expecting this?
You give yourself a deadline, like the proper allocated time you think would be reasonable to achieve or manifest one of your really big future observations. Something that would be, probably no shorter than 6 months to a year, no longer than 5-6 years. Something that you feel like, well, you will need to push yourself to get there, but you have time to do it, but still you have a deadline. And then cut that in half and think analytically and intuitively, where will I be halfway between where I am right now and that future observation completed?
Okay.
And then you break it apart again and think, where will I be between now and halfway? Where will I be halfway to the end? And you write it out again. And then you break that apart one more time. And before you know it, it's not only believable, you've got the plan right there. It's certain.
And then instead of looking at your future observation and feeling like, oh, I've got a long way to go to that, you know what you need to do to get to step one. So maybe that's just like, work on a little bit of something that you can do today, like right now. It makes it more reachable when you can see.
You can give your hopes up. You don't need to hope for it anymore. You've got it clearly, you can see it in your mind's eye, just the same as if I'm going from Los Angeles to New York, I can look at pictures of Dallas, Texas and be like, I'm going to be there halfway between my journey. And then you break that apart and you can actually look at pictures because your mind's eye is telling you all those details. And then you can see the entirety of the road trip from beginning to end, which gives you certainty. The only thing that's left is keeping yourself disciplined to not go on too many detours. Because guaranteed you're going to go on some detours. You're going to go to some places you don't expect it and never could have expected. But as long as you keep your mind focused and keep rereading your future observations, inevitably that's where you'll end up. This is exactly how Catherine and I are here in Egypt after having driven for 5 years in 26 countries. Did it all go to plan? Hell no. No, not at all. But what has gone to plan is here we are. And Egypt is off of our route, by the way. We were going to drive all the way through Africa, but we actually couldn't make it through Ethiopia or Sudan, so we had to ship from Kenya to Oman. So we could have just kept going and gone up to Turkey and then to Europe. That was the actual route, and that's where we'll go next. But we're like, no, we've got to go to Egypt. We're going to put in the extra energy to do a giant detour, giant Egypt detour, and then we'll get back on the official plan.
And this is also not the plan that we had for Egypt. This straight conversion. Today's May 4th, right?
Oh yeah, May the 4th be with you.
May the 4th be with you. Yes. But today was actually going to be the start of our Egypt retreat happening in Cairo.
That's true.
We had people who had invested in their plane tickets and coming. We had like a handful of people who were coming, and every single one of them had different reasons, and they just all fell back. And so, yeah, today's the day that it was going to start, but here we are, we're starting something new. I feel like Egypt is one of those energies, and it's just had a different plan for us.
We're having a joy convergence instead.
Yeah,
Kath and I have also developed the practice of what we call not skipping the beat. As in, when the obstacles inevitably come up in your life, when the road is blocked and the detour sign tells you to go that way, you don't sit for a second and be like, fuck, I can't go this way. No, you just do, okay.
Yeah. And if you
Once in a while, your flow is in resistance, and you commit completely to resistance because it's in your flow to do so. And that's kind of showing yourself your powers of achievement or manifestation manually as a human being, which are fun, but it's a workout. But you hold that energy well enough, there's no army in the world that can hold the same power as that. You have that Holy Spirit kind of vibe.
Sometimes the way to your destination is just different than you thought, and that's why you have to sign up to do it.
Yeah. Yeah.
This one is faster.
It's definitely it's a juggling practice between how much faith will you cultivate and hold for yourself as an individual, and how much faith and confidence will you hold in your creator or something bigger than yourself. And not necessarily it all kind of starts maybe a little bit more in blind faith, but Kath and I have been working on developing the tools and techniques towards scientific faith. It's evidential faith. It's an experiential faith. You know without knowing. Another side tangent thing is, so we have our thoughts, we have our beliefs, and then we have our knowings. Knowing is, you're here today, you're in Egypt, you're having this lesson with me. But what's in between the belief and the knowing? Because,
Experience.
Well, yes. But then experience would still be in the knowing. Like I'm knowingly having an experience. There's something I'm talking about that's more subtle than that. And this is that step. We call this no feeling. You're developing your no feeling. It's not something you can prove, but you know it's real yourself. It's not a belief anymore. It's not a wish or a hope anymore. It's something you're certain about. You're so certain about it, it practically is something you know, but it's not something you can prove yet. You're on your way to proving it. So I always recommend to my students, let go of your beliefs and figure out what is blocking you from no feeling your truth. Is it a truth you would like to live, or is it a truth that you've been brainwashed to think you should live? And then that ends up getting into the emotional yoga practice, where you're starting to dismantle your belief system, dismantle all the things that you've been taught. Think about, who am I really? What am I really about? And then that usually leads to the dark night of the soul, which is going into all of your toxicity and all of these dark edges and poor things about you and your reality. Maybe stuff that you've been projecting upon yourself a long time, or you've been projecting upon others, things that other people hurt you, things you hurt other people. And you bring all that stuff to the surface level to basically obliterate yourself. Hit the soft reset button so that you can jump from your thoughts to your no feelings and skip that believing part. Skip all the stuff that you've been taught by other people and say, no, these are my thoughts. This is the reality I'm going for. I know it. I feel it. Boom. Now I know it. It's a reality. And you get good and better and better and better at that. And then it's, your thoughts aren't your thoughts anymore. Your thoughts are just a different reality. And the more you allow yourself to think them, the more and more prevalent they start becoming in your physical reality, to the point it's practically instantaneous. And this is my theory and understanding how Jesus, so say, was able to achieve miracles. Just think it, be certain that there's X, Y, and Z steps, but I don't really need to do them. I just can jump to that step, and boom, the new reality is here. I don't have to go through the traditional. The only thing about that, though, going into it, is you have to be careful about that, because if you're disrupting the third dimension too much, then all the third dimensional people who are tethered to that reality will kick your ass out of it, will kill you, will crucify you, or whatever, because you're fucking with the dimension. It's like that Inception movie with Leonardo DiCaprio, whereas if you're bringing too much attention to yourself and those who are real in the dream, then all the people who are like the fake dream characters will all go against you. Yeah, will all be disrupted by your disrupting the dream state.
For a more real example is when we were in the pyramids and we were just doing a little bit of moving and breathing qigong.
Mm-hmm.
Someone was telling me that we're not allowed to do that or something.
Yeah, there's a
So in general, you're not allowed to meditate here or whatever. If if you don't give the money, they don't want you to do that. It's
Yeah,
like
I heard
not
that
allowed.
But technically, all I was doing was just like this.
Yeah, that's even like you close your eyes or you sit or you and it's really but they meditate, pray, I don't know why they're so scared of it, but there's something about it. They literally fight with you. But
Taking your separation from the day out of it, it's just the natural workout resistance of your old, less evolved self to your new evolved self. And even if you as an individual are open to it, your greater self, which you can connect to through the toroidal breathing and transmute, you can find a way to do it and not receive the resistance.
usually it's just like what they show the power they have, but you just like give them just something to do. So that's another part. It's like
Show
how
power.
it looks.
Yeah.
And when they know you and you just give them the money, even if you stay for 3 days, you can lay down, you can meditate, they're gonna even look for you like.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was one guy who like encouraged us to, and then he asked for tips, and I was just like, whatever. Thank you for at least letting us instead of shaking your finger or waiting to shake your finger.
So, how much time do we have, Tony?
We have 10 minutes.
10 minutes, okay. So, I want to give this one to Tony. I would love do you guys want to do this? We won't do it necessarily right now. We can start by just asking if you have any questions or any insights or any sort of feedback that you want to give.
I will do it when I'm home and have this time and space to like integrate everything we're talking about. I'm excited to do it. I need to do it again. I've done vision boards and that kind of thing, but this is, I think, just perfectly what we're here right now today for our divine appointment, and I'm excited because I need to refresh that and put all this, into paper and just bring all this out again. So it's, I think, perfect time.
I will say it's easy to have enthusiasm right now because you're literally carrying off of, piggybacking off of the energy of people who have developed this so certainly that it feels like it would be effortless, because it's effortless for us now. But I'm telling you that tomorrow, if you don't do it, the energy is going to be less. The day after that, even less. The way that I tell people, it's important to truly force yourself to do it in less than 3 days. Do not wait for more than 3 days. So clock starts now to May 4th at 1:50.
How about take 5 minutes to write just a couple of things?
Yeah, even just writing down one thing will be infinitely more than not writing down anything at all.
And then do the rest at home.
And then do the rest at home. And make sure that you do it in less than 72 hours. Because 3 makes a pattern. If you make a pattern out of not doing it, then you're making a pattern out of not doing it.
That will be nice to lead into our next little wrap up today as well. To just bring to mind some things that we would like to bring into our space.
Yeah.
Even if it's just like one thing that you see.
And I do find that when you are doing these initially for the first few years, you will want to write them out by hand. When you get more and more clear that it works and you're starting to notice patterns of the things that you're writing down, you can start to write them down on your phone. In fact, I have them on like daily reminders sometimes.
It is different using the hand than typing it out.
Yeah, it's good to get it out one way or another, but handwritten is definitely more powerful than
Do you guys want
typed.
something harder to write on? I think that.
Oh yeah, you can use those.
This is kind of hard. You could probably write with that one.
And perhaps, Jesse, just for people that are on the live stream, could you just reiterate what people are writing down? Because I'll show them next pages.
Yeah, okay, so what they can message us and get an actual free download. We can send it to them. Or you can just write it down yourself. You have 4 sections. You have physical things. Physical things is section 1. Section 2 is experiences. What are you going to experience? Section 3 is relationships. What relationships do you have? And then final section 4 is who you are as a person, or what you're becoming as an individual. And so everything from your profession to anything you think about your individual ego being created as a character, who you becoming.
And that's from these beautiful guides that you can receive.
We're about to record a YouTube video class on this in front of the pyramids on this rooftop space that we have. So we'll have a YouTube video instructional class where like you don't just have to do it in your own time. You could do it on the video that we'll record. And in the video, we'll actually give like 10 or 15, maybe even 20 minutes for each section.
If we had like 2-3 hours like we usually do for what we call energy union practice, energy union is combining the yoga and the qigong with the future observations manifestation practice. Because once you start to develop this, whenever you're doing your yoga or your qigong, you're filling in the space not just with presence awareness in this moment, but you're dreaming, you're visualizing these things and embodying it into your cellular structure and into your frequency. You're combining, you're getting better at manifestation because you're literally communicating to every single one of your cells, this is happening. Yeah. So go ahead and write 1 or 2 things down. It doesn't matter what section, you can jump around. But yeah, right. And recognize that it's not easy.
So it's not about things we already have, it's about the things we imagine we have.
Yeah, but you got to write it out as if you already have it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're aware that you don't have it, but you're going to write it out as if you do.
I have a brand new Lamborghini.
But more
You don't
details.
want to drive it on the streets of Egypt, though.
No.
A real one, a real one or a toy one.
That's a good description.
See, yeah, exactly. The universe will fuck with you. And
You need to be specific. Be careful on what you ask for, you might get it.
You might get it, exactly. Be careful. It's so true. Be aware of how you're asking.
or what I evolved that expression to, don't be careful what you wish for, just be willing to commit to it. Wish, dream to your heart's content, just be willing to commit. Because there's gonna be a cost,
The more details, the better.
more than money, but also less than money. There will be a cost to your dreams. What that cost is simply pressure in some way, shape, or form. Oh, is it done? Yeah. Let's see what we got here.
There's some cool pens in there. Oh, that's cool. I have all the fancy colors.
I don't know. Is this one completely dry?
It's here, you can use this like the back of the screen, kind of a scrap page.
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind if you continue, or you can just stop it and restart it, just so that I've got mine at the end. That would be good. Yeah, let's do that. All right, we got 5 minutes.
I mixed the juice and the tea together, actually.
This would be a good section to overlay some music for the course. You can put music in while people are
We don't need to include this. So while the ladies are just finishing up in that last 2 minutes before I jump in, would you like to maybe share a bit about the Flow Arts Festival coming up?
Totally, that's a good one.
Mhm.
So big transitional shift here in Egypt propelled us into a collaborative festival, you could call it, but it's more just like two full days of workshops where we have a handful of people, including some Egyptian locals, who are doing fire show related stuff, flow arts, including one girl who is certified in spin poi, which is therapeutic poi. It's a means of using poi as therapy.
Yeah.
She's going to be teaching poi. We're going to be teaching a handful of classes. Even Tony's coming up to teach some classes, and we'll finish off the days with on day 1 with some elemental flow, ecstatic dance, and on day 2, a little fire gathering and have a dinner. So it's
the images are on here.
yeah. Do you have the?
I'm playing it on here.
Oh, cool, great.
Yeah, she's right. So we're calling it Move, Flow, Elevate, and the whole purpose of the festival, the whole purpose of this event is to incorporate holistics and flow arts as 2 different things, but coming together into the same. So on both days, Jesse will start us off with some yoga and qigong, and then we'll move into some other kind of movement art. So we have a guy coming in who's doing animal flow and handstands. We have acrobatic yoga, which is like partner yoga, where we're learning body geometry and balancing people with our feet and balancing on people. It was really fun.
Mhm.
And then we have like day 1 is more focused on beginner stuff. So we have like a day pass where people could book just a single day. So you have day 1 and day 2. Day 1 is more for like beginners. And then day 2 is more for intermediate and advanced related stuff, like going professional with it. So
Not necessarily professional, but
we will have a GoPro.
to next level.
We are doing GoPro with your photo. That would just-
Probably on, if you want to take it professional, then yes, also that.
We have a workshop called GoPro with your flow, which is where we're teaching and basically giving a full analysis of people's careers as it relates to flow arts.
Wonderful.
Beautiful. We're looking forward to that one. All right. Is there anything anybody would like to share, comment on before we move on to our next little bit? No. All right. So coming up in about 30 seconds, we're going to get into the Alchemy of Joy. And could I ask one of you to come and drive while we're doing that?
You will
So we're
want
getting
to cultivate the courage to be able to express this to anyone
So all I'm doing
at any time.
is
You want to plug these things into their mind as many people as possible. It doesn't matter whether they help you or not. You just want to plant this seed into your own mind as many times as possible, and also into other people's minds too. It helps with the manifestation.
There's kind of like, sometimes people, they have like, they can tell that one triggered by what's triggered. And that actually goes into your field and it kills it.
So you have
Only if you let it. Only if you let it.
Yeah.
If you show,
It's still influence your field. So you have.
that's part of the workout. That's part of the emotional yoga.
Yeah.
Exactly. You're exercising. Those people don't come into my reality. At a certain point, you get through it and you stop manifesting that stuff. Because you start to recognize the flip side of that. Those people you think are they is you. Don't be mistaken by what your ego is telling you about people, they, separate from you. No, it's always ever been you, just in an inverse way. Just the same as when you're looking into a mirror. The reflection isn't you, but yes, also it is. But the more you keep pointing at the flaws in the mirror, the more you're not dealing with it at its source, which is you.
Tony is
I'm
about to
moving to
facilitate.
the next bit.
Yeah, oh, sorry. You're taking the center stage.
Center stage, yeah.
Okay.
That Leo is strong within you.
Feel free to come and sit and join us.
Can I join from right here?
Yeah, of course. Absolutely. So thank you so much everybody for joining us. So we're going to finish up now with the Alchemy of Joy. And I've spoken a little bit about this throughout the sessions today. So if you want to go back and revisit any of that, or if you are just joining us right now, the live stream will be available on YouTube and Facebook. So you can jump on there in the next week, and that will be freely available for you to watch. So now that we've had all of these yummy discussions about being present to our bodies and being present to our states of self, we're going to move now into how we can actually use joy as medicine. So part of our realm of like manifestation and bringing what we want or what we would like to allow ourselves into our world, part of that is actually tending to any of the roadblocks that might be present. And there's many, many different ways that we can do that, physically, emotionally, mentally, and there's a lot of processes that I do also as a facilitator to help move through that. But one really gorgeous, quick and easy way to do that is through what in this Sacred Commerce book, and can I just grab that again, because I just love this so much. So I am not affiliated with these guys, but I just want to make sure that you see this, because this really is quite life-changing and alchemical. If you are a business leader, a thought leader, a community generator, self-employed, whatever it is that you would like to bring into the world, the ideas in this are a beautiful way of tuning into the lineage of business, of co-creation as a spiritual path towards creating peace and unity on the planet. So that's why I keep coming back to this, because it's so gorgeous. So we're going to do a quick little exercise, and before we do, I feel like we might just need a little bit of oxygen to wake us up, because we've kind of been sitting for quite a bit, which is beautiful. But we're going to do a very quick okie-dokie yoga set. This will take us like 2 minutes, and that's a great way to oxygenate. So we're going to
So what are you clicking right now?
okay, just sorry about that. Just we got booted out of our live streaming a bit, I think. So thank you for staying here. Just come and sit. I've been checking all day. Okay. Right. Now our second round of okie doke. Taking in a nice deep breath. Punching the air. And when you release your breath, we're going to let our bodies come forward and fold over our legs. Just taking a little breath here. And number 3, coming back up, repeating that. Nice big breath in. Punching the air. Yay! It's like cheerleading yourself. I love this. It's so good. Coming back down. And coming back up. This time, you're going to take a big breath in, and you're going to beat the upper half of your chest. And Jesse, you were talking before about doing like yoga and stuff in public places. And I used to do this on the side of the road when I was traveling a lot and I needed more oxygen. Much to the amusement of the local truckies. And then releasing the breath down. And number 5, taking a deep breath in, bending the lower part of the belly and right down the sides of the body. And release. And for the last one, you're going to stay where you are. We're going to take a deep breath in, and with that fist, we're just going to pummel the lower back over the kidneys and thighs. And then release. And then ready, you can come back upright. Welcome back to the stairs. Find yourself in a nice comfy space. Now, we're going to have a little sharing space here. And we don't need to be too elaborate. I'm going to, first of all, invite you to just let your eyes close for a minute. And perhaps you could bring to mind something that gives you joy, something that feels absolutely joyful. It might be a memory. It might be a movie that you saw that made you feel really joyful. It might be a song. It might be a work of art. It might be your favorite comedian. It might be a beloved. It might be a pet. It's bringing to mind anything in your experience that brings joy into your body, mind, spirit. If you have a memory of it, just recreating that favorite memory and really bringing all of the senses into that memory or that imagined experience. It really doesn't matter which it is. And first, I invite you to just notice all the details of what you see. Noticing the colours, the textures, the movement, the stillness. Allowing your inner vision to fully engage with that experience. And noticing what you can hear. There may be sounds, there may be words. Again, either from your memory or imagination. And perhaps you could notice what you can smell. And perhaps noticing what you can taste. And with this memory or imagined experience, I invite you, keeping that in mind, to take a few deep breaths. And as you breathe in, I invite you to follow your breath deep down into your body as a gateway into that inner realm And allow your awareness to just gently scan your body, your torso, your arms, your legs, your head. And just noticing where in your body is that memory or that imagined experience being held. And you might know it as a slight pain or a slight discomfort or a slight pleasure. Just gently following the sensations of your body and then allowing your awareness to rest there. And I invite you, when you found that part of your body, to just nod your head. And it doesn't matter if it feels absolutely real or if it feels like you're just imagining it or making it up. It doesn't matter. And in that space within your body, I invite you to reach out with your imagination and just feel what kind of quality is that space. What quality is that experience? If you can touch it, does it feel hot or cold? Does it feel hard or soft? Is it moving or is it still? You can imagine touching it with your fingers. What does it actually feel like? And if you could imagine infusing that with all of the joy in your soul, how does that change how that part of you feels? That might stay exactly as it is, or it might shift slightly. Just noticing how it feels. And perhaps you could notice what shape it is. It might have a very strongly defined shape, or it might be kind of wispy, or it might even be liquid. What shape or form does it take? And maybe you could notice what color it is. And perhaps you could notice if it has a smell, if it has a taste. And this part of you, let's call this a little drop of your joy. And let's imagine you can take this part of you and hold it in your hand. And now I invite you to release that image, that sensation. And as we're talking about manifestation and bringing in the type of life that we really love for ourselves and for the greater community, perhaps you could notice we're going to meet our stumbling blocks along the way. And we're going to come up against some of our old triggers, some of our unfinished business, you might say. So perhaps you could bring to mind perhaps a scenario, a relationship, an issue, maybe it's a physical issue, something that you find challenging, whether it's physically challenging, mentally, emotionally, or spiritually. It could be something in your personal experience, and for now that would be probably preferable, or it can be more of a global situation. And I invite you to bring that scenario to mind. What's something that you still find triggering? What's something that hasn't found resolution yet? And whatever it is that you bring to mind, perhaps you could imagine that infusing in your whole entire body. Imagine your whole body is full from top to bottom, like a container of whatever sensations, emotions, energies, colors, smells, noises arise when you bring to mind this scenario. And just allowing yourself to sit with that for a moment. What does that discomfort or unease feel like? What does it smell like? What color is it? What's the texture? Just exploring it with curiosity. And imagine that energy filling your body. Bring your head to your toes. Now I invite you to imagine this little drop of joy that you have in your hand. And imagine bringing that up to the top of your head and dropping it into the top of your head so that it can find its way deep inside the entire container of your body and infuse itself into that negative or challenging energy state. Almost like if you could imagine putting like a fizzy effervescent tablet into a glass of water so that it changes that entire container of liquid. Just noticing that drop of joy as you drop it into the top of your head and let it infuse through all of that energy throughout your whole entire body. Just noticing how that changes your experience. What color do you see? What effect does it have on your muscles, on your spine, on your nerves, on your breathing? Does it change the smell or the taste? Just noticing. and allowing it to infuse and settle. And in a moment, we're going to release that sensation. And allowing that awareness to gently fade. Bringing your awareness back to your breath. Taking in a few deep inhales and exhales. Allowing the energy to gently move back to the inside of the physical body, into the lungs and belly. And while your awareness is still on that inner landscape, just bring to mind the quality of that drop of joy and imagining that you can keep it close by you at all times. Maybe you have it in a little pendant around your neck, or maybe it's sitting in a pocket. Maybe it's simply sitting in your heart. Maybe it's balancing on top of your head, just asking it where it would like to be, on or around or within you, so that you can access that at any time. And you can create as many of these drops of joy as you please. And I invite you to gently let go of that experience right now, bringing your awareness back to your heart center, imagining a beautiful big golden ball of light, filling your body up with vibrancy. And we're going to take 3 long, slow breaths. We're going to inhale that golden ball right up through the top of the head to about a foot above the head, connecting with the cosmos, connecting with the air, connecting with the space around us. And gently exhaling, allowing that ball to move right throughout the body, right down deep into the ground, connecting with the earth. And 2 more, inhaling that ball back up through the body, a foot above the head. And exhaling back down through the body, connecting deep into Mother Earth. The last one, inhaling right up. Connecting with all of our beautiful star beings out there. And all of our angels and guides. And last one, deep down into the earth. And last inhale, back up to the chest, back up to the heart. And allowing your awareness to move back out to the surface of your body. Gently moving your body, feeling, wiggling your fingers and your toes, feeling the ground beneath you. Perhaps you could start patting your body with your hands, starting to bring awareness back into your skin. Waking up that beautiful body. And I invite you to bring the palms of the hands and the soles of the feet together, rubbing them together and waking up all of those thousands of nerves. Waking everything up. And coming back to sitting, bringing those hands over the eyes, bringing that beautiful energy into the face, into the head. And with the hands still over the eyes, you can gently open up the eyes, looking into the palms. And when you're ready, you can gently start to bring the hands away from the face. And coming back into the space. Welcome back. Does anybody have anything that they feel like sharing about that experience? I feel like perhaps I'll start and then we'll just give you a moment to come back into the space. My experience wasn't incredibly strong because I was facilitating, but what I did notice, the drop of joy, it felt like a beautiful blue kind of sapphire. And it was just sitting right here in my heart. And when I brought up the challenges, it kind of felt throughout my whole body, almost like a powdery, charcoaly coloured, kind of, almost like, yeah, like charcoal, like powdered charcoal, across between that and concrete. And then when I put the drop of joy in, I started to feel immediately lighter, and I started to feel a lot of rain and a bit more expanded. So that was my sensation of that.
My joyful memory, I had a memory, but it fused with a bunch of other memories where I felt that same feeling. So when I kept thinking about my drop of joy, it often pulled me into like a different memory space, even though it was the same feeling. And I felt that like throughout the years of my life. So I really feel like I kind of did like a full life joy remembrance.
Beautiful. Thinking about the full circle, like little movie reel going as you were making the little suggestions of maybe it's this and maybe it's that. I'm imagining first I started with nature, like walking barefoot in the forest, feeling the sun, and we can hear the birds outside here, out of this beautiful place here. But all of those little prompts that you gave us, giving a different little picture. Yeah, I absolutely feel a bit more brighter and lighter, and in that moment of the drop, and I'm just imagining. And I found myself like, okay, finding a little bit more taller, a little bit more length in the spine, and it's beautiful. Thank you. Thank you.
For me, it was kind of like I've lost it. Like my third eye was very intense, active, but after the first imagination, like connecting with the thing, it was for me horses. But then, like literally the last sentence or the few sentences I had a conversation with Jess, they just pop in, and like the whole meditation and your guidance was kind of around that. So every time I was trying to come back to, I don't know. Because I couldn't hear, like I was constantly out, so I couldn't then focus. I'm like, I don't know what to do. Okay, I'm just gonna feel good and just keep, let it flow, whatever is flowing for me in this moment of certain realization about manifestation. I'm like, oh my God, yeah, I forgot about it. So it just kind of like gave me the space to maybe just connect more with the realization of certain things and bring it to the joy and like really have it in my body, realization with the joy.
And that's perfect as well.
Yeah.
The whole purpose of facilitation is to invite you into a space, and if that invitation sends you off on a different tangent, and you have your own roadmap automatically, then that's perfect as well.
Yeah.
So that's part of going with the flow.
Yeah. So then
There's no
I'm
going to
not gonna keep up anymore. What are we doing? So.
Beautiful. So thank you so much, everybody, for being here, and thank you to everybody on the live stream. If you missed any of this and you would like to watch any of the replay, this will be available for for the next week. And then after that, we will be turning some of this information into a course. So you can stay tuned for that. And if you'd like to stay in touch for Full Circle Phenomenal, that's at Full Circle Phenomenal, all one word, to stay in touch with me at Tjoni.j. If you'd like to chat about anything to do with our beautiful space here, at Malkata, Malkata Arts Retreat. And you can also tune into Digital Alchemy, that's Alkhemi. This is the new platform for all of our digital work. So it's taking over from the old Inspiral Out Loud platform. And so gradually I will be moving all of that old, not that old, previous, not old, the previous content over onto that platform. And so all of those you can find on Instagram, and then from there that will branch out into all of our other various platforms. So thank you so much for being here, and have a beautiful day full of joy. And I would love to hear your comments, hear your comments, see your comments of what brings you joy, and what brings you joy, and what does joy bring for you? All right, till next time, my friends. Have a beautiful day and keep dreaming a good dream. Ciao for now. All right. We are done.
Went into the thought about the conversation we were having with him before we just started.
That was so weird. I'm sorry I
And
ended
part of
the.
what you're saying, I get.